Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you so much for the podcast. And I saw everybody coming in early today. I had a couple of things I was still working on. So, hey, Shauna, I was supposed to come on earlier today, but they did not put us in a permanent spot. So, we had to move in the same park. And we had to do that today. So that was not fun, and but I'm glad we got it over with. So that's a good thing. Hello, Witchy Mama, good to see you, and thank you so much for putting in all the disclaimers and all the things too. Um, I wanted to go over the Web Sleuths interview, but then I realized that I put parts of that movie Sling Blade in it because Chris Proudfoot thought it would be funny to call into Cluminante, Clue McNasty, um, her show, and act like he was Sling Blade, which was really stupid, in my opinion. And so I put that in there and I got a copyright, but that was before I was ever monetized. So, and hello, Chuchi, good to see you. Hey, Sandy, thank you for the hearts. Um, so I figured we could watch Betty's interview with Seth because he does talk a lot about his experience after he gets off of work. And I know that he spoke about it on my panel the other night when he was on. Um, but I think we should listen to it again. And hello, Valley Gal, and Cinderella is here. Most people in here use my comments being typed. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, we're used to it. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I just decipher things if people misspell something or like. I know a lot of times voice to text is, people's worst enemies. It is mine anyways. I don't know why it says half the shit because I'm like, I don't think I said it like that, did I? So, hey, Bo, good to see you. Did it take 3 days to move? No, 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 Sandy, but we just moved across the park. It's not like it was a long distance or anything. No, they were like, "Oh, we put you at a spot." They were saying something like, not a permanent one. Like they have ones that are permanent. They want to have ones that are not, and so they moved us. And I just rode in the back and didn't even do a whole lot, but I was just riding in the back, so I haven't gone outside yet, which sounds horrible. So I haven't checked out the new spot, but it didn't seem like a terribly far drive. It just seemed like it was like around the park or something. So, um, hello, little Miss Sharon. So good to see you. So yeah, that was kind of unexpected, or maybe I was told and I didn't. Either way, I apologize that I couldn't be on live this afternoon. But what I'm going to do with the audio or with that video is I'm going to re-download it and I'm going to I'll get it up for us to watch by tomorrow. So, Shauna, thank you so much. Shauna, that is so sweet of you. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you very much. Just thank you for all you do for Sebastian. For Haley, Devlin, all these babies. Sebastian, we will find you. That's so sweet. Thank you, Shauna. I was thinking about today also because I was talking to a friend and she said that we should, get Seth with some parents that live in other areas. We were talking about Haley today. And I do, guys, I talk about these kids. Thank you, Witchy. Thank you so much, Witchy. Sandy. Sandy. I love when Sandy's here because she always changes her avatar. Sandy, you're so funny. We got the Rice Krispies, Mr. Crispy. It's noise bang. Oh God. A thud, a thunk. Well, the neighbor Bobby called it a thunk. That's funny. Aw. Thank you, Witchy Mama. And yeah, I think it would be good, right, Shauna? Because, at least we could get different parents in different places to pass legislation like Haley's Law would be good. I wasn't thinking about that, but they made me think about it because I'm not like super political, right? Like I'm moderately knowledgeable about politics, but I'm not a politician. But that doesn't mean that I couldn't go and say hi to someone and hand them that, bill, or present it to them in a way that they might take me seriously. So, I know that people are, I mean, I was just watching a live stream. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, I'll say, but some of the chatters, in particular were horrible. And that's kind of why I don't like to watch those unless it's on the replay. But then again, I don't know. I guess I'm sticking my head in the sand if I don't read the comments. In that chat, it was interesting because people had a general consensus that Seth doesn't have anything to do with his son being missing, but then again, they were kind of bashing him, um, and his efforts. Uh, yeah, some days I just get so worn out, like YouTube really wears me down. It hurts my soul, if that makes sense. Hello, little Miss Sharon. But what was really funny though is like that. I think people are finding out who this character over there at the Hive is, and his name is B Shim. He thinks I'm a disgusting person that looks like a toothpaste. That's what he said. And that was pretty friggin' hilarious. You guys ought to check that video out. That's the little hivesman. And yeah, we but and things like that, it just kind of makes me laugh, because I just think that they're so foolish. But then I see things like the way that people treat Seth, or the way that people treat Sebastian's case, like he's not a whole human boy who is missing. Like these issues aren't greater than just Sebastian's case, that there's more that we could be doing for all the kids. And thank you so much for hitting the like button, Miss Sharon. So, those are the things that I just get so worn out about, and I wonder why in the crama sector, there's so many more people watching, there's so many more people engaging, and I just want to push people towards doing good, for these cases. So, um, yeah, yeah, exactly. I know. I mean, look, Shauna, I would rather do something like that. I'd rather go get a full-time job again and do something like that with my time than to do some of the stuff. If I'm being honest with you guys. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm being honest. Hello, Nani McPoppins. Good to see you. It's not that I wouldn't miss everybody and I'd still come live, but I mean, I don't feel like I'm making a huge difference. And I also think that when I read a lot of that crap or see it playing out, um, it's really amazing to me because it's not like these people are stupid at all. It's just that they want to um, gather and spend their day hating something. And I've never been like that. So, or just get them in contact with each other. Yes, I haven't even thought of that lady. Yes. Oh yeah, Shauna. I mean, that's why I love, I love talking with people because we were like putting our heads together. I mean, and I think that Seth, if you're in here, Seth, I don't know if you're in the bushes or not, but um, he inspired a lot of people to start having conversations about what's really important. It's one thing to get up there and be like, Sebastian's the only thing that matters, damn it. But he could also, get up there and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. Could you help me do it? And that's way better, right? I mean, it's way more inspiring, and, if those people would spend more time trying to help Seth accomplish something than tearing down his efforts, it would be we would find Sebastian, I think. So, yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah, I wanna do a Patreon. I do wanna do a Patreon, Shauna. I talked to, Chuchi about that, a couple of months ago, actually. And it might not have even been that long ago, but, I did that's kinda why I wanted to do Discords too, because I do wanna, like I don't know, it would be a lot better just to have a core group of people that want to do things, you know? So I know, Shauna, I know. That's me. I do that too. I'm like, I procrastinate. But then again, I'm like, am I ready for all of this? And then, of course, I've had some personal things with moving and stuff. Django, oh boy. And then ever since we moved to this spot, Django thinks that my chair where I put my armrest is the place where he should sit his butt down. So he's sitting his butt down over here and knocking everything over. This is my phone, buddy. Goodness sakes, he's got a big butt over here. Hi. All right. So, Bo, Bo, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it's so funny. Well, and I thought about just too, you know, um, rescheduling some things too. I mean, so I'm just trying to think outside the box, but the way that Seth presented everything, I thought was very motivating to the people who give a shit. I shouldn't even say our side. That's horrible. I was about to say our side, and that's not accurate. But people who actually want to make a difference and help, right? And we can complain all day. I love bitching with you guys. It's great. But I'm a real Karen. I'm a Karen. And but doing something is way better than that. And plus it makes us feel better, but we could still bitch about it. And do something too. So, aw, thank you, Shauna. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate that so much. You have no idea. You have no idea. So, he is, Shauna, he really is. He's doing a great job. He really is doing a great job. And Betty did a great job, and they're even still bashing her for doing a great job. I was like, "Oh my god." They're like, "Why is she so quiet?" and blah blah blah. So that's another reason I wanted to play tonight's live with Betty, because she did a live with Betty. Betty did a live with Tony and Seth. Um, golly, was it in May of 24? Oh gosh, see, and my brain is fried lately. Hello, just get let me get my wits about myself. Okay, yeah, May 30th, 2024. I was gonna say a different date, so I'm glad I said that. But it was I was thinking it was different. I thought it was earlier in May. I thought it was early May. Don't ask me what early May is. I'll be like Chris Proudfoot. Can't tell you what early May is. All right. And I know we've watched this interview before, but I feel like sometimes we need to hear things again. And Seth talks a lot about, Betty asked some great questions, but Seth talks a lot about the beginning. Like when he was called out of work that morning. And I also want to say that his Seth's recollection of things and the things that he was willing to disclose in the beginning and the things that he's willing to disclose now are going to be different. You have to remember, we had Chris Proudfoot demanding that they all do things together, demanding that they get their story straight, demanding that they make a pact. He was trying everything, even public flattery, to get Seth to work with Chris and Katie, to work with them, to work with the two of them. Right? And in work with them, it means that Chris has control of you and he tells you what to say and do. And Seth is not built that way. All of these people that are sitting up there criticizing Seth and they've never met him. And you can tell they've never met him because they're sitting there saying that we're supposed to tell him what to do. It drives me nuts. It's like I can make a suggestion, but I can't tell anybody what to do, and I'm not here to do that. That's not my role in any of this. it's to be support, to be awareness, right? To talk about Sebastian, to raise questions, to show you guys shit that's going on, right? We don't just mainly cover Sebastian. We've been covering Sumner County, Millersville. We've been doing that for a very long time. Welcome to Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. This is what we do here. We're not just investigating one aspect of the case. Don't forget that there's other missing kids in Tennessee and at a really high rate, right? So, and I've been to Tennessee, so I have a soft spot for Tennessee also because I think it's beautiful there. I think it's just so beautiful and green. Every time I've gone there, I've had a positive experience. The people there are so nice. What even when I was going just through Tennessee and I stopped in the rest stop, I made friends with the lady that runs the desk, and she took Sebastian's flyers, by the way. And sometimes I don't ask, I just pop them up. I just pop them up there, and hopefully nobody yells at me, right? But I mean, I did. I was like, "Hey, can you take these?" And we got to talking, and they heard of Sebastian's case, and they were. I think that was the one in Knoxville. I want to say. Hopefully, I don't get that wrong. But wherever there's a rest stop over there, near there, Chattanooga, something. Either way, um, everybody's nice there. This is too bad, and it's not. It makes me fearful for the other kids that live there. It really does. It makes me worried for the way that children are treated there. And if I find out that there's somewhere else that they're treating children that way, I will talk about it. I'm not afraid to talk about these things. I'm not afraid to show you guys these things because it's disgusting and awful and it should never happen, you know? So, thanks, Valley Gal. I'm telling you what, it's terrible. It's the fucking photo. They think I made the photo. They do. They really do, and it's been just stupid ever since. How can I make a photo that I didn't have until separate people sent them to me? It boggles my mind. So Libra started a different shift on a training thing. Well, he's got like a training thing, and then he's got or some sort of thing, but then he's gonna be back on. He came on last night acting like Chris Proudfoot, which was quite hilarious, but caught us all off guard. So, but I know I miss him when he's not here too because he makes me laugh. And usually I'll get like really heated and stuff. Hey, Marion, good to see you. Hey, Crazy Bird. Did I say hi to you, Crazy Bird? Hello, Cinderella. Sorry, guys. And I also have like a sinusy thing going on, having to clear my throat every 5 seconds. I did make some tea, but I have coffee here too. So I need to drink my coffee, I guess. But I've just been so busy. It seems like ever since I got back from my trip, I've never caught up. Oh, good. Oh, good. I know. It was a long one. It was a long one, Shauna. Yes, I reached about 60% of it this evening. Great live, regardless any live he does. It's great. Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the thing, Shauna. People love to hear from Seth. We all love hearing from him. So when he's willing to come up there, and it's not easy, you know. Oh yeah, Sandy. I don't watch Granny. I never watch her. The only reason I the only reason I clipped that part is because someone sent me the exact time stamp and I grabbed it. Um, yes. Yes, exactly. Witchy, and that's it. And in the beginning, that's what he was doing to Seth. He was like, "Oh, tell them all that you're working with us now." Da 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 da. And he came to the vigil to tell Seth that, and then they went to the motorcycle shop. And I wish I had Katie's little booty picture over here, but I don't. I don't. I didn't bring it over from the StreamYard. But yeah, I mean, we all know that. I mean, you'd have to have some time if you want to know everything in Sebastian Rogers' story. Boy, you need a lot of time. Um, I'm kind of working on putting things into a chronological order, but it would be a lot. It would be a lot because there's so many live streams that went for a couple hours. Even Seth's live stream went for a couple hours. So no, and that's the thing, Shauna. Like, I just had someone completely come in that wasn't a part of any of what I was doing and completely ruin something that I was working on. Like, single-handedly did the worst thing they could do. So I've been dealing with that too. Hey, Kylie's nail candy, and that makes me sad for humanity when stuff like that happens. When I explicitly say, "I need help. Could you help me with this?" And then they do something like they did. I was just like, little booty Valley Gal. She's all sticking it out. Well, she was a little thinner back then, before they stopped going places, but then I mean, they weren't going a lot of places anyway. I mean, I took a screenshot today of somebody saying that Katie put food in the wood for Sebastian, in the woods for Sebastian. Did you guys hear that? Because I never heard that she put food in the woods for Sebastian. I heard that some of the search and rescue people were putting like little care packages in the woods to try to lure him out that way. But it wasn't Katie, you know? Well, good, Shauna. Oh my God. Shauna says I'm a Virgo. I love that. It's okay, Cinderella. It's just, then it gets like, what the fudge is going on right now? And then they act like I did something. It's just, it blows my mind, you know? Aw, thank you, my PTSD. You're amazing, girlfriend. Aw, thank you. I know, right? I'm just gonna have to keep on keeping on. Aw, thank you. The chunky butts are that. Well, I think I noticed it like really bad when they went to court. I think that was like a big shift where it was like you didn't see them for a while and then all of a sudden you saw them and it was like, whoa. But they changed their appearance a lot. And also, Chris Proudfoot colors his beard. Like, I swear he uses Just for Men because one of those interviews, his beard was like super dark, unless he went gray overnight, which is possible. I mean, with stress causes that. Oh, sorry. Jang. Sorry, he saw something outside. I opened the other windows because mine's open just a little bit, and so he likes to look out there, and he'll sit like on top of my armrest if I let him. So yeah, it was right around the court date. I mean, which it happens, but anywho, um, let me see here. I want to pull in. Let me grab Sebastian's flyer too because I have it on the out here too. Um, and please share Sebastian's flyer, guys. I would really, really appreciate it. And it's just to anybody. Django, I'm sorry. Gargamel and PP. Gargamel, that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Hey Claudia, good to see you. So let me pull this in. I'm so sorry. Hold on, Django, don't do that. Oh, I think somebody's moving in. Hey, go ahead. He's a very loud barker. He's got a very loud, and I apologize about that. No, don't you? And he's always been like that. Even when he was a little baby, he had a big bark, big beagle bark. Okay. So, and I also think that Betty looks very pretty in this interview. All right. So, let me pull this in. Give me 1 second. Yeah, he is Sandy. He does. He gets like very protective of me. It is a beagle. It's a beagle thing. He's got like a bell bark. Like if you guys have ever heard a beagle's bell, like he's got like the one that makes your ears ring. And yeah, thanks, Shauna. I know he's He's like, he looked mad too. He was like, "What's going on out there?" I think somebody was like moving in or something, or there was, I saw some headlights, so it was probably that. All right, so and I just kind of fast forward a little bit. I hope I didn't get. Let's see where we're at actually.
No, I'm gonna pry just a little bit.
Okay, so Betty, she's like, I'm gonna pry a little bit. Well, here's the thing. It's very difficult to interview family members of a missing person. So I want to just put that out there because it is not easy. And if I didn't know Seth before I interviewed him on my show, even like I don't feel like it's even an interview when he comes on here. I feel like it's more of just like talking back and forth, right? Because it's not like I've prepared questions for him or anything like that. But I'm glad that he does because again, I think it's very important. And anybody that wants to share and use like and play that uh, pieces of that or break it down however you'd like to do it of the live stream, what Seth says, I would encourage it. Just don't, be mean or hateful. But please do. Don't feel like I would strike you or anything like that. I never do that. Um, Sometimes my videos have copyrighted music on them, so aw. Nani, I just love animals too. Aw. So, but yeah, so definitely do that. I would never strike anybody. Even if they do say mean stuff about me, I still wouldn't strike them. Because I do believe in freedom of speech. So we have Betty and Seth here, and I think, like I said, I think this is a good starting point. I think Tony comes in later.
But if for any reason I go a little too far, just let me know. If you can't answer something, just let me know. Some of my go tos, or, I can't address that. I'm not at liberty to say, something along those lines. I don't want to push too hard, but I do want to find out some much wanted questions from, myself as well as our audience. So thank you, Seth, for being here.
No problem.
I know that this has been a very challenging time for you, and I really honestly can't imagine what you are going through. Do you want to talk a little bit about, before we get started, about, just how things have been progressing in the case, just maybe some updates or anything like that, and then we'll just get started?
What updates?
Okay, well, that's it too, right?
You know,
Gotcha. Well, this is what I'd first like to do. I kind of want to explore your unique relationship with Sebastian. I heard that when he was born, you were kind of dad. You were home with him. Explain how you guys learned about his disabilities and ailments. Was it right away? Was it
read a lot of books before, she was pregnant for 9 months. So, read a lot of books. I've never been a parent before, apprehensive, must devour information and knowledge to try to, be prepared for what's going to happen. And first thing that I kind of realized is that my son was, he'd be awake for 16, 18 hours a day as an infant.
Mhm.
And I'm like, well, that's not what the books say. The books say he should be sleeping this long.
So he had sleeping problems as a very young baby.
Yeah. And it's just like he was awake, he was active. So trying
And
to
having a
interject.
new baby and already being sleep deprived, that had to have been an interesting combination.
Uh, well, I already have my own sleep issues as it is, especially back then.
Hmm.
When Sebastian was born, I was working full time, going to school full time.
Hey man, what's the best advice you can give someone?
Oh, sorry guys, I was muted in case Beagle barked. Okay, hold on.
I was just okay. So I have a child. So I was trying to be a dad full time, and it was a lot.
What kind of challenges, did you guys have learning his disabilities?
Um, well, we found out about the chromosomal deletion syndrome at a very young age. Took him in to Jacksonville, and they told me and Katie needed parenting classes, and it was like, it's not parenting classes, it's sleep.
Mm-hmm.
There is no downtime. It's like, you don't understand. Between work and my son, there's no time to sleep. It's not. I'll take a nap when he goes down, because he doesn't go down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're working 8-10 hours a day. You're taking care of your child that is active, functioning active, like crawling around. It took him a while to walk, but he was always active.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been active.
What kind of accommodations did you guys have to make when learning of his disability? Like, other than the classes and stuff like that, what did the doctors say? What did you guys have to do?
More reading. When he was born in 2008, like 8 people had it, 8 known cases. So there was really no information about it.
Wow. This is interesting because I forgot about this part. Even though I knew that Sebastian, had been diagnosed with that and then late to diagnose on the autism. But I think that that's interesting as well. Just the fact that there was only 8 cases. And so Seth was like, I had to do some research on, those cases, right? I've never heard Katie talk about Sebastian like this. And it's funny because he had the chromosome deletion first. And I know we've talked about this before here at the channel. But she talks, she pushes autism. And I don't know if that's because people, hey, Kiki, I don't know if that's because people identify or know what that is. Obviously, he has a rare chromosome deletion, right? So I don't know, maybe that's it. So it's easier to say autism, but I find this interesting because, again, he was diagnosed, Sebastian, very young with this, and they knew about it the whole time, and the autism was new.
Doctors were like, there's no money in researching this, so people haven't researched it. So it was, every day was a day, as
Right.
it comes, you figure it out and you do it.
How was it like when he was a baby, and how did you guys deal like with his sensory issues and other things? Like, did you just have to try stuff?
It was, well, I like it quiet to begin with, so it's not really much of an issue on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was young, it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, it was new to me, so it's not like I was comparing it to any other child.
Mm-hmm.
To me, this was my first child. So had nothing but books to compare it to. And we all know children are different.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him sitting on the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, and just sitting there, and you buy him all the toys he wanted, but he was going to go for that. You give him an empty 2-liter, and he would play with that more than all the other toys that you bought him. All right, and it's like, okay, well, whatever makes him happy, And at one point in time, it was about 45 minutes that he just sat there and laughed the whole time. And Katie was on one side, I was on the other, and we were just making funny faces at him. And he just kept laughing. It was you know.
Yeah.
He's
Tony, thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you, but so sorry. I started a little early. I didn't want Seth sitting back there too long.
It's all right. Don't interrupt the boss.
So yeah, that was so what is one of your tell me a little bit about like fondest stories. Like what did you guys like doing when he was a kid, when he was a baby?
swimming. Boy loved to go swimming, and it was great, great activity. Putting sunscreen on him and then just going. And I've always liked to be a swimmer. To me, it didn't matter. Like I swim it. When I grew up, swimming was you swam in ponds. You didn't have a pool. Lived in the country, so you know, I've swam in rivers, lakes, ponds. You know, if there's something there that'll eat you, you'll find out. Otherwise, you know,
Right.
it don't kill you. It makes you stronger.
There you go.
Sebastian, on the other hand, you know, he's swimming in a lot of different pools, saltwater pools, freshwater pools, chlorine pools, but it's always been pools. He never really liked the beach because he didn't like the sensation of the water around his feet.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for.
Again, I muted my mic in case Django barked over here. Sorry, guys. We got some ads.
And he doesn't really, well, I've got it down further, but to go through some of the stuff, because he doesn't really like dirt and stuff between his toes, it seems like.
No, he doesn't. I mean, when he was younger, it didn't really matter but as he got older, I've got pictures. I've got plenty of pictures of him dirty. Like, but that was before he started talking and, you know, dressing himself. And, you know, then it was like, he didn't want food. He didn't want himself dirty. And it's like, you still got to take a shower, boy.
Gotcha. And it kind of dovetails right into kind of my next line of questioning is I want to kind of discuss his disabilities a little bit and want to explore like his likes and dislikes. What are like some of the major things that he absolutely loves?
Besides like video games or, you know, because what I've gathered over the last 3 months is that he's different at my house than he is at his mom and stepfather's. So, you know, I've heard some of the stories, and it's not one of those pleasant things that I like because it just means I was inadequate in doing what I should have done.
You know, in a situation like this, it's always the coulda, woulda, shouldas. You know, you'll have plenty of time to beat yourself up later. You know, we just
Doesn't matter. It's an everyday process now. Until I find him. But he loved anime. He loved watching cartoons. Even though he's 15, I mean, one of his favorite ones, like he loves ramen. Like we have a Japanese restaurant here in Clarksville that I will take him just to eat ramen. But like we'll spend all day watching Naruto. So when we go to dinner, he's in there. He'll want to go have ramen. He likes a lot of anime and cartoons. Which
Gotcha. What does he absolutely dislike? Like just without a doubt, like it's a no-go. Like he just absolutely can't stand this.
boring movies would probably be his go-to. He doesn't like to watch like old I like Stargate movies, old Star Trek movies. He doesn't even like the old Star Wars movies. If it's not new, he doesn't really like it. If it's not his like generational thing. When he was growing up, Like, we made a big deal every Christmas when a new Star Wars movie came out. You know, me and him, that would be a me and him night. We would go have dinner, and then we would go to the movie theaters, and we'd watch the first showing of the new Star Wars movies. And
Okay, guys, and this is what really gets me too, because you know, this is where I see where Seth is coming from present day, talking about how they used to just do things together, right? Like, he's missing his best friend, right? Somebody that he would go and do and plan for these things with, right? And I was like that a lot with my daughter, especially, of course, you know, once you're divorced and stuff, you kind of do those things, you know, more frequently because, you know, you might miss them or, you know, what have you. But, um, you know, we would do like book club, right? Because like the thing that we would do every single night would be to read books right before bed. And as my daughter got older, we would read series together. She just even sent me home with one of the Hunger Games books, the prequels. So, um, you know, I just it really gets my heart, you know, because I can't imagine. Hey, Shadow, I can't imagine.
that was just one of the things that we did as a dad and son.
So you have that beautiful memory. I think I kind of glossed over some things, but like with Katie, how did that
I
whole
mean, and why does it? Speaking of Katie, not to, you know, just interrupt there, but speaking of Katie, doesn't Katie feel like that too? You never hear her referencing any of the things that her and Sebastian just like to do together. Well, sometimes we just get those little kits together and we make those little houses or whatever. I mean, she said that, you know, don't come for me because I know she said that. But I'm talking about bonding with your child. On what bonding moments, what did you do to stay close to Sebastian as he's getting older? Because that's the hardest part. It's easy when they're little. It's so easy, right? It's easy. They're babies. They have a dirty diaper. They're hungry, right? They need a bath. Like, it's very easy to know what they need and want, right? And as they're in, and to build a bond with them. But as they're getting older, right? And a 15-year-old, like, what did they do to bond together as mom and son? Because it didn't look like they had a very good time at the Roadhouse. And I don't want to, you know, bash Katie. I'm not. That's not what I'm doing here. But what I'm saying is that this is the part where I can just feel that emotional connection. And then even to this day, Seth saying he can't wait. He wants to make more memories with his son, and he said that several times, and he said it just recently. You know, he misses his best friend, and I know what he's talking about, right? Um, it just gets me. So, hey, Heather Marie, thank you for the floating hearts. That's so sweet. Thank you.
situation work out, you know, when he was younger? Because I did watch you, I think it was Jennifer Coffindaffer, and you were talking about that you took care of your son, that she ended up after his medical diagnosis went off to the Navy. How was that? What prompted that decision?
I really don't want to say anything bad about his mom, but
Okay.
if you're not willing to do something along the lines of taking care of the child, then you have to do something else to help with the family. And I was going to school full time, I was working full time, and I was taking care of the child full time. And
Gotcha.
she sleeps like a rock. She slept like a rock when she was with me. Uh, and like he he'd wake up and scream, and it wouldn't matter if I had just had 30 minutes of sleep or 2 hours of sleep. As soon as he would wake up, it's like, hey, are you gonna go take care of him this time? And No answer. And I get up and I just go back to doing what needs to be done because it's not his fault he's awake.
Right.
And Seth says that Katie slept like a rock, right? And so that means that she was a heavy sleeper. Whenever Nancy Grace asked her that, she said on and off. So when she's asked directly, "Are you a heavy sleeper?" most people would be like yes or no, right? Most people would be like, yeah, I could go to sleep anywhere, right? There's a lot of people that could just be sitting anywhere they are and just snooze. I'm not like that. Once I'm asleep, yeah, but it's hard for me to get to sleep. So you might say something like that and personalize it, right? Because everybody's different. But Katie doesn't ever say that. She says on and off. Seth, on the other hand, recalls when he was married to her that she quote slept like a rock.
And it got to the point that I had to drop out of school, and it was just like. Then I talked to her, and I tried to have one of those life developing conversations where, you don't want to be in the career you're in 20 years from now, still be doing it. So if you do 20 years in something else, then you can retire and have a nice then you can go take all that education and learning and go do something else with your life too. And here we are 15 years later.
Yeah. How is Sebastian at meeting new people?
If he got a bad impression about you the first time, he didn't want to talk to you.
How about sorry, I didn't mean to go. Did you want to finish that? Sorry.
If he liked you, then he would not put himself out there, but he would not hide. All right, because you had pretty much three different things. One, he would hide. Two, he would be shy. Or three, he apprehensive. Like, I've watched him, and it's like as he got older, it's like, did you think she was cute or something? Yeah. Is that why you went out and shook her head and told her, what your name was? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine, son. Just keep it like a gentleman,
Aw. Okay,
It's so
sorry.
easy to
That's so cute. So yeah, I mean that's just hard navigating life, right? For any of us. Nobody's gonna do it perfectly, and no parent's gonna do it perfectly. As you're getting older, if you find somebody to be cute or something like that, it's hard. It makes it more difficult. Especially if you're already shy, right?
Aw, he's starting to have crushes. I heard he had a big crush on Taylor Swift.
That's pretty much, he was a Swiftie. He liked her music, and he liked to, I guess he liked to watch her videos and stuff.
How is Sebastian with changes in, like, say, his schedule? I know he was about to go to your house. I mean, how is all that? What is his behavior like?
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but he was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to be here and he didn't have school, it's like, hey, you can't be up all night. I have to work. You definitely need to be going to bed by like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV, and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, check in on him. And he knew that he needed to make sure his phone stayed charged, and then he needed to answer that phone when it rang.
All right, guys, really quick. I know I don't mean to interrupt Seth again, but look, he's telling us that whenever Sebastian was there, he would stay by himself sometimes when Seth was at work, right? And that he knew to have his phone with him all the time. But then he goes over to Chris and Katie's house, which this is not uncommon to have different sets of rules. Obviously, it's two separate households. So when kids are having to go back and forth and navigate different rules from the week to the weekend, right? I can't imagine that. I don't know what that's like. My parents were married for 25 years. My mom passed away. And I was, in my early 20s already. So, yeah, I cannot imagine having to, and then you go to school and there's all these rules and you gotta, right? I mean, it's gotta be, bouncing around is gotta be kind of tough, especially if, it's a stark contrast, right? But then we also heard from Katie, which she never told us until very far into Sebastian being missing, which again, like I said, there's things that are going to come out. That's not abnormal per se in the beginning, or when it pertains to a specific story that you've told already and things change. That's called an inconsistency. That's called you're probably a liar. You're probably lying, right? But she never told us that Sebastian was that capable of coming home after she got off of school coming home after he got off of school and she was still at work. That was never told to us. So that's something that, was a big issue. About the year mark, Katie admitted that she lied about some of the aspects of Sebastian being on the spectrum, right? Like, as in, she made it seem more severe than it was. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear the sincerity and the longing for his son. Yeah, Nani, exactly. Um, in my honest opinion, I don't hear it in KP, and maybe I'm wrong, and I can only go off what I've witnessed and felt in past cases. Kyron, Gannon, Harmony, Monkey, etc. Yeah, I think I'm the same way, Nani, and I think that that's what kind of bothers me about some of this is because, I can't say that maybe Katie was making it seem more dire than it was because maybe they wanted him to be found, right? But then again, how would Sebastian get out of the neighborhood if nobody, messed with, Sebastian would have had to have, left willingly. And again, we talked about that last night about him going to the door, right? Like going through the front door. And I thought I did a mashup of that and I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. But that doesn't mean that I can't make one either. So I need to do that. But it was definitely said, and it was said that he would go, with the door. He would usually go through the front door with the door in the garage. Sometimes he would use that door, but mostly he used the front or the garage way, right? But he didn't have like a clicker or anything. It was usually when her and him were coming home, from being out. But like when he came home from school, he would use the keypad lock to get in. So, and that's some of the things with true crime. Oh, did we have a troll? Oh, okay, we got the pencils out. Uh-oh. I need to download my Dr. Phil. You guys have Schadenfreude. You guys have a bunch of Schadenfreude. Get out of here. We don't do the Jark Triad up in here. I know, right, Cinderella? And I'm a total Swiftie, too. Shim troll. Oh, no. not be shim. You guys got them before I even saw the comment, so that was really good. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys for that. Oh my gosh, they're just trying to, get me in a bad mood. Oh man. Yeah, well, I know. And see, Nani, I'm like, that is why it's so confusing, right? Because you're so right. Nani says I think he made it home. Mob Crew's work with all the CCTV has made me change my mind. I didn't think he made it home, or I don't think he made it home now. Well, see, I'm torn about that too, because it does appear that there's flashlights, in that common area. Um, it does. It obviously does. And what else would they be doing? See, my thing is I think if Sebastian got out of the house, it was that way, right? I don't think that they forgot something or were picking up his clothes or anything like that. I don't think they would have taken that big of a risk outside of actually doing the deed of getting him out of the house, right? But I also think that there could have been a handoff on the way home from Texas Roadhouse. It would have to be very quick, right? I mean, they didn't have a whole lot of room for error on that. But then also it could have been in the morning after Katie left. And I think that that's a strong possibility as well. And I'm talking about because she did leave the home and drive around the neighborhood, right? So she could have had Sebastian in the van and her Infiniti SUV, excuse me, and she could have did a handoff with him there at that also, especially if we think that she has involvement. Then we would have to go off the timestamp from when they saw her leave the home. Again, there wouldn't be much room for error there. There just wouldn't be enough room for error. But it's not unheard of. It's not impossible. The one thing that really hangs me up is the shoes. Now, Eric Craddock did not believe their bullshit, not for 1 minute in the beginning. No, even though I don't like him or I disagree with him, I think that he's mishandled Sebastian's case. I think he's a jerk to Seth. I think he's a jerk to people. I think he's a scaredy cat and a coward. All of that. I will never ever think for 1 minute, because I heard him and saw his face when he said it, that he believed Katie's story about the shoes, right? 2/27/24, we have Eric Craddock telling the news, I'm not going to say he's barefoot. His mom said, excuse me, his mom said, all of his shoes are accounted for at the house, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot. His mom said all of his shoes are accounted for, but I'm not going to say he's barefoot. And then he shook his head, right? So, yeah, exactly, Django. So, with that, hey, Gigi, with that being said, I think, in my opinion, that the shoes are the key. And I don't see Sebastian being handed off from the Texas Roadhouse and Katie collecting the shoes, because I think the shoes are one of their biggest mistakes. I do. I think the shoes is where they really screwed themselves over. And I wish I could see the camera footage and see if I could. I mean, if the FBI can't decipher it, how can I? But I want to see if I think it's Sebastian taking the trash out or not. I just don't see Katie passing for Sebastian, because Sebastian is so much thinner than Katie, right? Like, no offense against Katie or anything, but I mean, I wouldn't pass for Sebastian either. Let's just put it that way. Aw, thank you, Shadow. So I wouldn't, you know what I mean? The shoes so significant, both physical, symbolically foot. I know. Shauna, isn't that freaking weird? I've thought about that too myself. Like, what is with the feet and the socks and the shoes and the feet, and the socks? So significant, both physically, symbolically, foot, shoes just purchased. I couldn't count for all my son's shoes, and I wear men's size slides. And if all shoes are at the front door, yeah. Well, and I mean, we have like a little shoe rack in here by the door, right? And it's just got the shoes like on each rack. But I have way more shoes than that. I mean, if I lift up the bed and under there is a bunch of shoes too. I mean, I have a lot of shoes. Um, but like I can understand if his feet were still growing and they had to buy him more, I would probably throw out, the old pairs that didn't fit him. I mean, if they don't fit him anymore, why would you keep them? They're not play shoes, and you know what I mean? It's not like he was rough on the shoes and hey, they're getting a little ratty, so I'm going to get you a new pair, but use those still to play, and keep your new ones nice as long as you possibly can. But I mean, if he grew out of the shoes, why do you keep around shoes? And this is probably my mom talking, that you don't fit. They're trash. Are you hoarding? You know what I mean? Like that's what she would ask a pack rat like me, right? But yeah, why would you keep them? Right? There's no reason to do that, and if they don't fit you. So yeah, I agree, Shauna. Well, and then the threes, we have a lot of threes in this case too, which is strange. Yeah, waiting for the shoe to fall. And KP and Sebastian had the same shoes. Gigi, yes, exactly. That was so weird. Noticing that. Noticing that they had the same shoes was weird. And I know a lot of people would say, no, that's not really that weird. But I think it is too. Because, I mean, now if it was girls, but even my daughter wouldn't want to wear, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because she's like, oh, I don't want to be, twinsies with my mom when she's 15. But I don't see her at 15 wearing the same shoes as me. Right? Like, I always have to ask her, like, "Do you like this? What do you think of this?" Because I never know, because I like different things than she likes. So, um, aw, does that C. Taylor get a membership? Aw, that's awesome. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, C. Taylor. Aw, that's awesome. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. How awesome is that? Yay. Aw, thank you, Witchy, and thank you, Crazy Bird. Bless you, Django. Django, he's got his tail in my face. I look over and here's his tail. All right, goodness sakes, Django. He just likes the spot. I have to close the window since it's open behind me. He's very interested. That's so sweet. Well, that's great. And wait a minute, I forgot I have a little party back here. Hold on, let me get the little party going. There we go. Even though it'll look kind of silly on this, but thank you, little Miss Sharon. I always forget about that. I need to make one that I can play for you guys. I haven't uploaded any of the videos in here yet though. So yeah, exactly. Exactly, Shauna. A lot of symbolism, and you don't have to be like me, woohoo, woo woo, to pay attention to synchronicities, synchron. I can't say it. I can't say it. Synchronicities. I hope I said that right. They lead us to pay attention. Well, and I mean, yeah, it does me. And I think like the little red flags, right? Like I mean, it's just like there's just so many in this case. So many moments where like, oh, that doesn't look good for Katie, right? Like, oh man, that's leading right back to them. I can see KK being a minimalist and low clutter. It's a military thing. Yeah, I can see that too. Although the one picture with Sebastian and the snake, they look like they had a lot going on in the background, but that could have been when they first moved in too. So if you can't use it, get rid of it. Several of military family members are exactly like that. Well, and I told you guys it's because my my grandfather being in the Navy, that's just, I mean, you can eat off the floor kind of a like clean, right? I mean, that's just how it was done. Even my mom she hated wrinkles. Oh my God, heaven forbid. She'd be ironing her curtains, and I'm like, oh Lord. Um, I think Chris is the one that won't allow Katie to have too much stuff taking up his room in his house. Crazy bird, I believe that. Narcissists are that way. They are. Synchronicities. I'm gonna have to go. What I like to do the when they tell you it, so then I can listen to it, and then I'll be able to say it better. What is that like? Not translate because it's English, but you know what I mean. The pronunciation. Excuse me.
It could either be me or his mom calling him.
How did he like trying new things?
Like food?
Well, I'm going to be asking you about food, but just new things, you know, trying like maybe a new event, a new activity.
Well, I'm a creature of habit, so I don't really understand what you mean by, you know.
So I guess like new, like would he, like if there was a new game, like if there was a new tag game or a new running game, would he be wanting to try it or no?
Not really here. As for playing tag or anything,
Mm-hmm.
it's really not a new game. That's just, you know, it's an old game with a new twist.
Gotcha.
And
Now,
like
now's the
him going
question.
to the park and stuff like that, he always loved to run. I mean, he liked to always play tag. Anything that got his blood pumping and him running around. When we were in California, I was teaching him how to play soccer. I drew the line at football. And I was just like, I can't have him have a head contact injury or something like that. And no. So.
Yeah, and I am going to dive into a little bit of his the stuff, but it's a little later in the show. So now I guess the question is, what about food? You know, trying new food.
I will say a lot of this stuff is across the board consistent when it comes to Sebastian. If we were to take Seth's description of Sebastian and the types of things that he likes to do, a lot of it would overlap with what Katie said. So some of that of what we've heard about Sebastian does seem to be true, like in terms of him having the crush on Taylor Swift, or you know, the fact that he likes to run. Different things like that have overlapped and let us see where the consistencies lie in the parents' statements.
Well, how do you know if you don't like it if you don't try it?
Right.
You know? Now, if you try it and you like it, that's good. But if you try it and you don't like it, at least you tried it. And that was
Right.
the whole point with him, is getting him to realize that you can't say you don't like something just because somebody else said they don't like you. You got to be your own individual.
So he is willing to try new food.
Do you have a side income? No.
Yeah, so it was said, I believe it was on Smiley. Smiley said that Seth said that Sebastian's room was in pristine order or condition, or excuse me, that the house when he arrived to Katie's house, it was in pristine condition, and then when he got to Sebastian's room, it was kind of tossed. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah.
Oh, am I buffering? I'm buffering. I'm sorry, guys. I'm buffering. I don't know why I'm buffering. Well, there we go. At least we got Scranton's comment back up the screen.
Now this is going to be one. How about changes in the weather? You know, I hear in sensory issues that weather could impact that. Do you?
Again, when he was here, if we had thunderstorms and stuff, like when we had the two tornadoes that hit Clarksville, the one on Fort Campbell Boulevard and the one on Tiny Town Road,
Mm-hmm.
he was by my side the whole time. Like, I went out front, smoked a cigarette, and I was like, well, that doesn't look good. And I was like, well, I'm going to walk back this way. At least I won't see it when it hits the front of the house, you know. Sebastian had already put on his boots and everything because he was ready. Because I'd already told him, listen, we're in a tornado watch warning, bad thunderstorms. Get everything ready. I had the bathroom already prepared, towels and stuff in the bottom of the tub, and so he could go in there and I could throw the mattress on top of him if necessary. And went to the backyard, saw them from coming down from Tiny Town Road. So it was kind of like, well, they're coming from both sides. I don't know what to do, And we went back to watching movies. Had the doors open so that we had a breeze coming through here. I mean, I grew up.
And he did well, huh?
Well, it's like I'm not worried, so why would he be worried?
Right. Interesting.
Your children take a lot of their cues from you.
What would cause, because I've been reading a lot of his chromosome deletion as well as autism, and there are things that trigger them that cause some mood swings or something like that. What would cause a mood swing or trigger an episode in Sebastian?
Sometimes it would be like literally nothing that you would observe because everything's coming from his perspective, but stress is one of them. I mean, I've seen him, again, hindsight's 2020, but stress, probably feeling like you're not in control of yourself, like you have no control over your life.
What does he have a problem with overstimulation? Like if he had an overexerting day, have you seen that trigger an episode in him at all?
I have seen him stay up for 2 days, 2.5 days straight from overstimulation. Yes.
So it causes them to get in almost a manic type state?
The brain gets like, it's like the old-fashioned tops, give it a couple, 2 or 3, it spins, but when you break the gears on it, it doesn't stop. It takes forever for it to stop. I have seen him stay awake for 2 days here. He's gotten overstimulated before on road trips, and he'll stay awake for the whole road trip, coast to coast.
Wow. Well, I could use a driver like that.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. Especially, driving to Tennessee. I've driven a couple of times. I was like very tired. Thank you, Shauna. But so that's so funny that that Sebastian, he can stay up, but a lot of parents can probably relate to that if you have kids on the spectrum, right? That he can. I don't want to misrepresent or speak on it, but the fact that Sebastian can stay awake for such a long period of time, especially due to what they refer to as overstimulation, is very common, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. But when he was a baby and stuff, it seemed to have been, a lot, especially when the parents are up and you have to be up with your kiddo, right? Because you can't sleep because they're awake and you have to be watching them while they're awake, right? If they're sleeping, you get to sleep. That's why they say a lot with the newborns, sleep when they sleep, right? Nap when they nap. So that way you can get enough sleep as well. Scranton says, I love Seth's live stream, but it absolutely burns me up that the hate channels pick apart his every response. Yeah. And, that's what's really, really difficult and not fair, and a lot of them, I don't even think they believe half of the things they're saying. I think they're saying it so that they can get super chatted, the bash for cash kind of thing. I really believe that a lot of them do that because they know that's what their audience wants. And I'm not defending what they're saying ever, but good night, Sandy. Good night. I'm not wanting to do that. But I will just say that I think a lot of it comes down to that, in my opinion. That they know that they're going to get positive accolades and pats, ass pats, if they bash Seth.
Just saying. Just saying.
I'm just, I can't even. We're not even going to go there. Trying to get him to actually get behind the wheel of a steering wheel for a vehicle for me to even teach him. He's like, no, Dad, I don't want to do that. I'm like, you think I'm going to drive you around your whole life? He was like, I'm not going anywhere, so why do I need to drive?
Aww.
I'm like, you going somewhere? There's the keys. Go to work. You're gonna have to do something. You like playing Magic the Gathering. You like buying these cards. You're gonna have to have some way of supporting your habits.
Yeah. This is going to kind of go to the, events of the day before your son disappeared. After hearing the events that unfolded the day before, do you believe, based on what you heard, that it was possible that your son was overstimulated?
He had very.
There's a new career and a new training that you can
Sorry
start.
about that, guys.
No.
There's a new career and a new training. All right, hold on one second here.
There was a lot of goings back and forth to the store, then back to the house, things like that. When he was at my house, he had the option of either staying here or going with me to the store. And I preferred him to go with me to the store, but there was times he was just like, Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave the house. And it's like, okay, well, understand that if you don't come with me, I'm only picking things up on my list. There'll be no extras, nothing that, normally I would get you or anything like that, because you're not going to be there. And he would think about it. And he would be like, okay, and either he would stay or he would go. If he stayed, then it was just literally run to the store and I'm back in like 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. If he went, back in like 45 minutes, and we may end up going out to dinner afterwards. But I like to take him with me because, like, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? And have him help pick out things for dinner. Getting him to voice his opinion and have his own ideas.
Mm-hmm. What you brought up something that I didn't even think about on my list. So when you go to the store, what snacks? What kind of snacks did he like? Like, what was his favorite? Like, I don't know. Did he eat candy? What did he like?
No, well, really kind of depended on his mood on that one. Sometimes it was ice cream. A lot of times it would be like Debbie snacks. Like, he liked Nutty Bars. He loved zebra cakes and Swiss roll cakes. But it's like, I still have a box of his Fiber One granola bars up there in the cabinet. It's not open. He finished off one of his last ones when he was here. I've got his.
Deep breath, buddy.
I mean, it's horribly heartbreaking. And again, what we were just talking about, it's just terrible. And then to know that allegedly Chris and Katie didn't keep his things because they didn't do an interview at their home with America's Most Wanted. Allegedly, they didn't keep Sebastian's room the way that he left it. but Seth still has snacks in there that Sebastian would Sebastian would have liked to have eaten. Just a stark difference. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm so sorry you're going through this.
It's about to stop.
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, hello, Mr. Mathis. How are you doing this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am doing, as good as expected in a situation like this, But it's great having you. I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for, speaking to me and, helping me with all of this. I really do appreciate it.
Sure.
I really do appreciate it. While he's taking a little, break, maybe I'll just talk to you about some things. How have things been going with everything on your end?
As far as working with Seth, it's been fantastic. I mean, you're not going to find a better human. I think a lot of the challenge has just been not understanding how people function in a situation like this. I mean, I would think that when somebody's child was missing, that everybody would bond together and, regardless of their feelings about any of the parents involved. I mean, you would think everybody would be kind of like 9/11, right? Where it didn't matter what side of the aisle you were sitting on. I mean, we were all Americans and everybody kind of bonded together. And you'd think when a child was missing, that's what you'd see. But,
Yeah, I heard somebody misrepresent Tony today talking about how he didn't ever try to get Chris and Katie to work with Seth. Many people tried to get the family to get together and work towards a common goal, but also Seth was trying to do the same thing. It was Chris and Katie who weren't answering back emails and phone calls. They're the ones that didn't want to work together. They wanted the public to think that they were working together, but they didn't want to work together, really, in my opinion. And here's Tony again saying, I would like to have had everybody working together. It should be like 9/11, right? It doesn't matter at this point. Nothing else matters besides finding Sebastian. Well said, Tony. And for all of you haters out there that don't know Tony and don't know the situation, maybe you should do your research before you start running your mouth.
In the words of another creator, it's out here in the streets. That's not the way it works. So, that's been the biggest challenge. But I'm laser focused on taking care of Seth and helping him find his son. So as far as that goes, it's been fantastic. I mean, he's got a very small circle, but there's some wonderful people inside of that circle, and I talk to each of them every day, sometimes wee hours of the morning, and that part's been fantastic. So one thing that a lot of people don't know, and I've never even shared with you, is Seth and I didn't know this till we started working together, but we actually grew up 15 minutes apart.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up in a little town called Riverton, Kansas, and I grew up in Joplin, Missouri, and those places are 15 minutes apart. So, we ate at a lot of the same restaurants growing up. So, we have that now to go back and talk about, even though we have a history beyond a month or so.
Right. Right.
And I did bring my latte this evening.
Oh, did you? I made one right before the show, too. I made one right before the show. Sorry, I had to slow chat down just a little bit. Again, Seth, I'm sorry. I know that this is probably...
Don't be. I mean,
I'm sure you feel like you're going through a meat grinder.
It's... When I say it's a never-ending nightmare, it is. I just want everything to be the way it was last time he was here and when he comes back.
Betty, these kind of questions are tough on Seth. Yeah. But quite frankly, Seth will be the first one to tell you that this is the type of stuff that he wants people to hear, and this is truly what he wants to talk about.
Yeah. There's so much stupid fucking drama.
Yeah.
And it's
What they did to our kids is up, man. A global social media addiction.
Okay, so yeah, and I think it's very important to listen to what Seth was saying on May 30th, 2024 about the drama and how it still exists today. So here we go.
it's not helping me find my son.
Hey, Bluegrass Meadows.
And we'll get into that a little bit further down. I can't even remotely imagine what you're going through dealing with a missing child, but all the other stuff going on that's just unnecessary. I mean, there's a time, I always talk, there's a time and a place for everything. This isn't the time, this isn't the place. And
It's never the time and never the place for a kid to go missing.
yeah, but I'm talking about the other nonsense.
I try my best to ignore most of it.
That's probably the best thing you can do. I mean, like even right now, I've got my list of questions over the comments and just praying to God that everybody's being good over there. You know.
I'm not even after being on another particular podcast or show. I don't even see your comments.
Good,
I don't
good.
even have them up.
Yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A and I'll be kind of vetting the comments before we go over them. And we've got so many questions here, and I got questions from my mods and a couple questions that were sent to me for some, and I don't want to keep you all night, but I do want to get through a few
Well,
of
I'm
these
pretty sure you could try to keep me all night. I sleep.
Yeah, well, I'm sure even when you do have an opportunity to get sleep, your brain probably doesn't shut off, so.
It doesn't.
So this is going to be, I don't know, this is going to be a little bit different. You asked for a kind of, I don't know how, I'm just going to be blunt. You asked for basically a proof of life video from law enforcement because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. So you didn't speak to him Friday. He was out Saturday with his mom, Sunday, and then Monday he wasn't there. And so law enforcement did bring you, brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you tell me what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
He's alive. It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say? I
Chris
must have
said
missed.
that they used his clothes from the night before for the scent dogs.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
Do I
So-
wish I had? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm not law enforcement in this case. I'm a suspect.
Right. And you have not been cleared.
No, nobody has.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of.
Except for the green hoodie was cleared. Hello, Jania Stevens. The green hoodie sure was cleared. So that's interesting. Oh, hey, thank you for letting me know. Thank you very much. Give me a second. Let me fix it. That's weird. Usually I fix it once during okay for the rest of the time. Thank you. Well, hey, Janet. Hello, Poppy Love. I hope you're feeling better soon. Migraines are horrible. I'm telling you. That's right. I agree. She sure does. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think that, let's see. I'll just rewind that back just a little bit. Let me just rewind it back just a little bit.
And so law enforcement did bring you, brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you tell me what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
He's alive.
Okay, and then also, guys, when he's referring to the Texas Roadhouse video, at this time, Seth had not seen the version that we've all seen that was released by At Night. He saw Sebastian coming out and leaving with Katie, right? That little piece, only that little bit. And I don't even know how much of that he actually saw. But I just wanted to clarify that also, because this interview is from May 30th, 2024. The only person that's been cleared is the green hoodie, right? That's the only person that's been cleared.
It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say? I
Chris
must have
said
missed.
that they used his clothes from the night before for the scent dogs.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
Do I wish I had? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not law enforcement in this case. I'm a suspect.
All right. And you have not been cleared?
No. Nobody has.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app
Okay.
for Base 44.
And again, nobody has been cleared except for the green hoodie. They cleared the green hoodie, and that was in December of 24.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious, but
and actually, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here, but just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
Yeah, I was in jail.
So you were in jail. And I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out.
Mm-hmm.
And also, guys, if you're more curious about the process that Seth has to go through to get his to clock into his job, to get to the pod where he works, he explained all of that the other night on my live stream. I need to probably change the thumbnail and stuff. I never want Seth to think that I'm like trying to change the thumbnail and, oh my gosh, look at Seth is talking blah blah blah, because I don't want to do that. But go listen to what he says, because we kind of got in depth with that, and we had a conversation about it. We were kind of talking back and forth. It wasn't like an interview or anything, but he told us the whole process, right? So when he says that he came to work at 6 p.m. and then he tells us the process he has to go through just to get to the pod, and then he clocks in, right? And then he talks about his break times and stuff like that. So if you're interested in hearing that, go back. I need to probably download that and make a video on it as well. I probably need to do that.
then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning,
Hey, Catherine.
exiting out of the garage.
All right. So he gets to work, enters the garage that he needs a badge to get into 6 p.m. on February 25th, 2024. He works overnight shift and he exits at 7, right? We just heard him say that. Now, this is a really important part of this interview. And by the way, Betty is doing a fabulous job.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
Favorite activities?
I think I already know the answer to that, but
Well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here, I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually, when they came in on Monday, that he disappeared, they trashed his room. Flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed, went through his stuff. And I told them when they came in, I said, listen, his room is probably a mess. Just bear with it. And when they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me a minute just to go in and clean up my room.
I wonder why they did that. I get that they're looking for information, but there's could they have shown a little bit of respect? Just asking.
Put everything back where he had it. But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely, because you just get him to understand that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And, when he's awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little Nintendo Switch thing.
What are some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some allergies.
He's allergic to grass. That's about it.
Gotcha.
And again, the police may have been asking some of these questions on day one. I hope they were. About, things that he's allergic to, some different things about Sebastian, right, that may be pertinent to understanding him better. And I wonder what they thought when if they didn't ask when they heard this, that he's allergic to grass. That's another thing that was corroborated with Katie. Katie said on Queen Bee that he's allergic to grass. Right? But he left barefoot, but he's allergic to grass. Make it make sense. The shoes are the key indicator, guys. To me, the shoes say everything. The fact that Sebastian's shoes were still there at the house by the door says everything to me. Unless they did that on purpose to throw things off, which I don't know why they would do that, because that raised a lot of suspicions. Yeah, they trashed Sebastian's room, Shadow. Isn't that crazy? Like, for what? I don't understand that. No reason. They could have had respect.
Yeah, well, I guess that would be kind of medical. I was going to say, because I don't know why I was thinking about like medication if he's.
Oh, HIPAA. We're not
I
going
know.
to.
That's what I was about to say. Better be careful. I'm skating a little too close.
I mean, hold on, wait a minute. I don't have a PhD and I don't have a doctorate in the medical field, so I can't violate HIPAA.
Yeah.
Well, I have a PhD in bullshit, and I'll tell you what. that is only a standard that is required of people who work in the medical field, even in the lowest sense, right? You're not allowed to share. I mean, for example, if I'm a CNA, right, I'm just like the lowest one on the totem pole. The reason why I know this is because I did become a CNA, and we learned all about HIPAA, and I had to take a state board exam about it, right? And so say I'm in, or say I'm the CNA, and I have a patient in the hospital, and their best friend comes up and they say, "Can you let me know about my friend's medical condition?" Right? And they start trying to talk to me about their friend's diagnosis or their medical condition or the reason they're in the hospital or anything having to do with their situation medically. Their health records are confidential. I'm not allowed to share that with them. If their boyfriend comes in and asks me questions, I'm not allowed to share that information with the boyfriend. It's usually, it has to be a family member, and it usually is depending on the person's age. Obviously, a parent would be okay, but again, it doesn't have anything to do with the general public or a parent telling somebody what medications their child is on. Chris Proudfoot, dummy.
When
Sorry,
Sebastian's
I'm allergic to grass myself, and they mowed the yard today.
Ugh. Don't worry about it. We'll forgive you. Maybe I should mute you. Maybe I should just mute you just a little bit. Hold on. There we go. There you go. Are you cleaned out? No,
Yeah.
just
Currently. And that means a different thing in the medical field. And also means something different in jail.
so when Sebastian stays with you, what does a normal weekend look like for you guys? What do you do for fun?
Well, I pick him up Friday. It's depending on traffic, an hour and a half drive to get back up here. Sometimes even longer, depending on what direction we go, depending on how his day went. Sometimes I'll let him pick the route. You know, do you want to take the interstate? Do you want to take the highway? Or do you want to take the back roads? I mean, as after time change, with it not getting dark until after 8 o'clock, time change, we normally would take the back roads. There's been times that we've seen a lot of deer and turkey and stuff as we're driving back, which I don't understand that anyways, because he would be playing his video games and not paying attention to the road anyways. But I mean, come back up here.
Oh,
Excuse
sorry,
me,
guys.
sir. How old were you when you made
Hey,
your...
Tori, good to see you. Well, at least we haven't had time so we could say hi to Tori with that. But I said it in the chat too. So good to see you, Tori. Yeah, I mean, it's just something that we learned about, guys. And when Chris said that, I was like, oh gosh, and everybody got so confused over that. Oh Lord.
Get up here with enough time. If I'd already had everything planned, I'd already have stuff in the back of my truck, tackle boxes, chairs, fishing poles. We'd just go straight on through and head over, go fishing at the high school, or go up to Yellow River, go fishing up there. Always enjoyed that. Pick up some food on the way up, or I'd already have like bread, sliced meat, and cheese to go ahead and make sandwiches. Pick up graham crackers, marshmallows, and chocolate. Making the s'mores is always fun.
This is probably going to be a little more difficult, but what has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
You hear that? TV's not on. He's not playing video games. Nobody goes in his room. His light's not on. He's not coming to ask me what I'm doing. He's not asking me to play card games. Here. He's just not here. I don't know where he's at.
And how incredibly sad. And then there's all of these people out there saying, well, I don't think Seth had anything to do with it. Yeah, me neither. Look at him. You guys are real trauma vultures out there that are going after this guy. I'm telling you, this is why we're watching this again, guys, just in case people forgot. I've never seen Katie come out and say this ever. Nothing like this ever.
I don't know where my son is.
It's gotta be, I can't even imagine. It's so hard for me to try, and I'm trying to stay away from the drama during this interview, but some days it's just so hard for me to understand how people could be mean to this man. I don't get it. I don't know if I really don't know if I will that.
They're trauma vultures. They're trauma vultures.
Why we lose our minds once in a while. Isn't it?
Okay. So this is...
My house is not a home. He should be here. School's already out. He should be here enjoying summer break.
He was going to be moving into your house this time. Like, he was supposed to be coming to you and living with you full time, like right about now.
Several days ago, 2 weeks ago, he'd have been here. He'd have been out of that situation and he'd never have to go back.
Now,
okay, and another thing I wanted to address here, because Duchess was in one of the trauma vultures over there, and she had made a comment, and I took a screen grab of it. She had made a comment that if Seth cared so much about what was happening to what was really happening or going on in the household, right? Because they don't bring up the CPS reports. There's still a fifth open CPS report for Sebastian Rogers' case, right? And so with that, they never bring that up. But they will say that Sebastian was dealing with a bad situation at Chris and Katie's house and then blame Seth for not taking him out of that. But he didn't know about the CPS reports. He was supposed to go live with Seth at the end of the school year. And because he wasn't able to enroll him in school is the reason why they were waiting until the school year was over with, right? Because he finally, in December of 2023, was given the word that he could put him in school, right? An online school, because there was a waiting list for that. But of course, they would rather blame Seth than the fact that Katie and Chris were abusing Sebastian. So there wouldn't be any need for that. There wouldn't be any need for that if, in my opinion, that it wouldn't be a factor. It wouldn't be a problem. But they wanted Sebastian gone. They didn't want Sebastian living with them. They wanted him to go live with his dad or go live at Bledsoe Youth Academy. But the reason why he didn't go to Bledsoe Youth Academy is because Seth researched that place, and there's been children that have come up that they've come up passed away, right? Like unalived or whatever they want us to say on here. So that's terrible. We also know that there were 6 children from New Hampshire that went to Bledsoe Youth Academy, and they had alleged that they were being shown pornographic materials, that they were being encouraged to, um, excuse me, the children at the facility were being encouraged by the caregivers to jump the boys from New Hampshire. Um, Terrible, terrible things that these children had to endure at Bledsoe Youth Academy in Tennessee. And that's where, because Chris and Katie just wanted Sebastian gone. They didn't care where he went. So how are you talking crap about Seth, who is making sure that he's enrolled in school? He can't just not go to school. That's truancy. There's truancy laws, and they actually will hold parents accountable for not having their children in school. You know? So somebody asked a question about why are they being so mean. I can't tell you. I think they're just Krama vultures, right? Krama is true crime, and they take the people that are involved in true crime cases and they rip them apart, and they stalk them and they dox them and they do horrible things to them. I don't know what their problem is, although they're very proud of themselves for what they do. Hey, Holly. But yeah, they're just Krama vultures. That's what I call them, is a bunch of little Krama vultures. So I can't believe they were going to put them in. I can't believe that either, Holly. I can't believe they were going to put Sebastian in there, that they didn't do any research. I mean, it was all over their local news what had happened just recently. But, then again, Chris Proudfoot's the type of guy that's like, oh, he needs to toughen up, you know what I mean, or something like that. I could see him doing that. I could see him making it horrible for Sebastian. We all know that Chris went to Hunter's Lane, right? And Hunter's Lane is a rough school. And I bet you with Chris's dislike for rap music, he probably had a really hard time going there. Probably a really hard time going there, right? And I'm sure they didn't put up with his bullshit.
Kind of another dovetail, you had received reports. I know you can't discuss the reports. Maybe you can answer this. Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
Yeah. I was.
Hello, Moto.
Okay.
I was
I know
even
that
shocked more when my name's not on any of the reports, because they didn't bother to call me.
Yeah, and that's been a because you had. I mean, I want the audience to understand.
Hello, Moto.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know, a father that has joint custody, I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified, unless that information was withheld from the Department of Children and Family Services. Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody whatsoever, no custodial rights, is the only way it would make sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me. The only thing I can state of those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
This woman in Kansas
Well,
City.
that's interesting to hear that, right? But the hate channels, the Krama vultures, they don't give a shit about that, do they? They don't care that Sebastian only felt safe when he was at his father's house. They don't give a crap about him. They don't give a crap about Sebastian. They can act like they do all day long. They're doing it for content. They're teaming up against Seth. They're having 4 to 5 people up on the panel in order to bash his every move. Oh, and by the way, Sebastian's Law is never going to happen. Assholes is all I have to say. Assholes.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire, so I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just
I can't really mention anything about him. You know, Lord help me if DCS contacts my attorney one more time. I'd already told her what to do if they contact her one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
right.
You know,
Yeah, and you're not doing anything to violate the confidentiality. You're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened. At least for whatever incidences those cover.
it's more insight. It's more insight in figuring out what was going on, because it's obvious that the communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
Right.
Have you ever been
right? Because according to Seth, the reason why he didn't know about these CPS reports, right? And why he couldn't do anything about it, is most likely and has to be because Katie didn't tell him. I mean, I could blame CPS. Sure, they should have contacted Seth. Yes, absolutely. But did CPS marry Seth and have a baby with him? No, they didn't. I'll just answer that real quick. No, they didn't. So CPS was negligent. CPS took Katie's word for it. CPS did the same failure that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office did and believed Katie, in my opinion. And he didn't know about it, but Katie should have told him. Katie should have said with urgency. So if you're going to blame something on Seth, I think you should point your finger back at Katie. Katie should have told her ex-husband that the situation was much more dire than he thought. Katie should have said, hey, CPS is now involved in our household, and she should have called Seth immediately when that occurred. The same time they got the knock on the door, when they're finished talking with CPS, that should have been the first thing that Katie did, was notify Seth, but she didn't. As a matter of fact, we don't even know if CPS knew that Seth was Sebastian's father or that he had a father. We all, they knew he had a stepfoot, but what if Katie said that was his dad, right? Or that his dad doesn't have anything to do with him, and they took her word for it. It sounds like they did. It sounds like they did to me. So the fact that he didn't know, and the fact that now he has knowledge of what really happened, that's horrible. He should have been notified. Katie should have let him know. So anytime you guys want to point that finger over at Seth or say anything horrible about him not going to get his son, who was abusing him? Who has 5 CPS reports against them? One still open. Katie and Chris. Who gave the CPS reports once they got a hold of them and gave them to the hate channels? Let's just say it's the same answer as the first one. Hey, Detroit. Katie and Chris. Hate to burst your fucking bubble. Get it right. Because all you guys are doing is spreading misinformation and lies, and you're doing it on purpose.
Affected by DCS at all? Ever in the past?
Not
Related to
here.
your son?
Not here. I'd had it.
I'd give you guys more grace if I thought it was due to ignorance, in other words.
CPS in California.
And can you share what that was related to? Or is
Sure.
that...
My son went to school and told his teacher that I beat his ass. And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room or I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room.
Mm-hmm.
There was the threat of a butt whooping.
Right.
And he was like, well, he said that you were going to beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on the Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on. And I showed him what a beatdown was through video games. I was like, you see all that blood and everything, son? That's a beatdown. I was going to bust your butt. Come on. Really? It was like, I'm sorry, Dad. And I'm like, there's no reason to be sorry. It's educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use, because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So
if you got hit, even as a passenger,
And that goes for every single kid out there, guys. And there's been a lot of kids that have also called CPS on their parents, right? And different things like that.
I think that,
And there's been instances where CPS has been called on a parent, right? Because that's what I was actually thinking in the beginning when I heard that CPS was involved with Chris and Katie. This was before the belt stuff and everything. I heard that, CPS was involved, and I thought to myself, well, I wonder if Sebastian fell and there was a bruise, and they thought maybe there was something going on, right? I didn't realize that it was to the magnitude that it is, right? That there's 4 CPS reports, and these are spanning, for those of you who are new, I saw somebody new in here, welcome in. And I'm sorry, this just is really upsetting to me because poor Sebastian, I feel so sorry for this poor kid. So they started in the fall of 2022, and they stopped with the open CPS report, the 5th one, which was late January, early February. Sebastian of 2024, excuse me. Sebastian went missing on February 25th, 2024, and he was reported the next day on the 26th by his mother, Katie, who wanted him out of the house. Who wanted to send him to a school for children who have behavioral problems. Not a school for children who are on the spectrum. Not a school for kids who have disabilities, right? They have a rare chromosome deletion, they're on the spectrum. No, she wanted to send him to a behavioral center.
that might be because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion. Do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion, or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California? How old was he? 7, 8?
Shauna, that's a good question. I don't know the exact date, but I know it was the end of January, early February. And then Chris Proudfoot wasn't in the house anymore. And it was alleged by Tony also that most of the reports weren't due to Katie being abusive towards Sebastian. It was actually Chris being abusive towards Sebastian, but Katie was allowing for it. And so the state, as her being his mother and the other adult in the house, I think did the right thing by making sure that she knows, she needs to leave this guy if he's going to continue to abuse her son. Yes, Chris, that's on you. I'm not afraid to say it. You can yell and scream all you want, clown.
Most of those were, he wasn't. It was, I want to say 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
So he was only going to school for a half a day.
Gotcha.
Which was only a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about this because I didn't quite hear this, but my audience and my mods had brought it up to me that you had indicated that your son had some type of brain ailment that you guys learned of, either fluid on the brain or...
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. It's been there since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
You have to watch him, make sure he doesn't suffer any head injuries or anything like that. It was too big for them to put a
stent.
A stent. It was too. It was not big enough to put a stent in, but still big enough to actually cause damage if he had. That's why I didn't want him in football.
Right.
I didn't want him putting on a helmet and going, head first into something, because anything that might cause damage to his head is not something like I want my buddy to be safe.
When you heard Katie indicate that there was a potential thud coming from his room with the knowledge of his head injury, how does that make you feel?
If I had heard it in my house, I'd have been in my son's room to find out what was going on.
Hello.
If I hear any kind of strange noise coming out of his room, wherever room he happened to be in, any room, period, I'm going to go find out what that noise is, verify, see what's going on.
Duh.
The fact that she would say that there was that type of noise and not go check on him. To me, is not proper parenting.
The problem that I encountered was just having.
It's not proper parenting at all. It's not proper parenting at all. Not in the slightest. But don't forget that Katie liked to say that Sebastian was doing something in his room that he wasn't supposed to do, talking about something that Sebastian would do in as a 15-year-old boy. We'll just say that because it really sickens me. It sickens me to my core that she would ever say anything like that about Sebastian, because she is being a shitty parent by not going to check. If I heard a thud right now, I would excuse myself from the live stream and go check and see what it is, because that's the normal response. Katie, you're a liar, or you're lazy, or you're negligent, in my opinion. Hey, Christmas Swan.
Based on your knowledge of your son's behaviors, do you believe he would have left the house in the middle of the night?
Different scenarios go through my head. For him to leave and not have his shoes, coat, take his switch or his phone, stuff that I know that he would want with him if he was going to run away. No. But for him to leave without shoes or anything else on there, the situation would have to be severe enough for him not to be able to grab that stuff. So, based on the information that I know about my son and the story that is being told by his mom, for him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit.
Yeah, the midnight to 6 straight bullshit. I know exactly what he's talking about. The midnight to 6 straight up bullshit. Straight up bullshit. He's not leaving after midnight. Oh, but he likes to be active at night, Katie said. Okay, sure, Katie, but that doesn't mean that he's outside. He's in the house being active on his gaming systems and sneaking his phone or whatnot.
She knows that's how I feel about it.
Have you been involved?
And that's
or heard
another
of-
thing that Katie likes to lie her ass off about, is that Sebastian didn't have access to this or that. But then again, Sebastian was taking it upon himself, right, as any teenager would, to go and take his phone and sneak it when no one was looking. I mean, come on. But then again, Katie and Chris, oh no, we lock it down. Bullshit. That's all bullshit too. It's nasty bullshit lies, Katie. Start telling the truth. That's the only way we're going to find Sebastian, by the way. So you guys that like to support Chris and Katie, why don't you start asking your friends where Sebastian is, if you really truly want to find him.
Any other incident where he disappeared or got lost in the past?
Never.
Betty,
Is there... Mhm.
I will tell you that I had a private conversation initially with CP and KP, and I asked them very directly, and I know there's been some contradictions, but I asked them if it was normal for him to just walk out of the house regardless of the time of day, and they both in unison said absolutely not.
Right, but they want us to believe that he would, and they told the police that. Why'd you tell the police that then, Katie and Chris? They're such dumbasses. He didn't wonder. Are you serious right now, though? You told the police you don't know why he walked out the door. You told that to the news. You told everybody that Sebastian ran away, Katie. But then you turn around, my son's not a runner, he doesn't run. Come on. Contradictory statements, guilt.
That's pretty interesting. Is there a special spot that Sebastian loved to go that you're aware of?
Up here?
Anywhere. There, near their house, near your house?
Down
Is
there, I don't know. Up here, the park that I've done 2 or 3 interviews at, he loves to play there. He likes to go to the pond over by the high school, which is a 45-minute trip in my truck, and Yellow River, which is clear out in Palmyra. So, but would he know how to get out to those areas?
Right.
And I've been out there.
No
I've been
shoes
out
on.
there along the rivers looking.
I'm really sorry. I don't...
Just want to find my son. Just want to bring him home. Just want to bring him home.
When you learned of Sebastian's, many medical issues and disabilities, what did the doctors instruct you guys to do as parents to properly care for your son?
They didn't instruct us to do anything.
So there wasn't like any special classes or anything that you guys had that they recommended or anything like that?
Well, Sebastian went to a lot of classes. We didn't. He had speech therapy. He had speech therapy. He had fine motor control classes. He had gross motor control classes. You name it, whatever it was I could get him into, I got him into. I mean, anything. Going to California was the worst mistake in the world, because their education system sucks beyond belief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like, my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Oops, sorry. Oh, that's weird. Somebody drinking a Modelo in the shower? Very weird. Okay, sorry guys, we got 2 ads this time. Sorry.
Suck.
Yeah, that's California.
I mean, going to California was the worst mistake in the world, because their education system sucks beyond belief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like, my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because y'all suck.
Yeah, that's California. They're, I didn't know their education was, I don't know why I didn't consider their education.
Off topic, No Child Left Behind was handled the wrong fucking way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Instead of just passing kids to get them through class so their numbers look good, they should have hired more teachers. So you had a higher teacher to student ratio.
Mm-hmm.
That way the children would learn. Then no child's left behind and everybody gets a decent education.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. But you had a lot of problems, like even with the type of classes your son needed in California. I think I heard you say that Georgia was the best, or was it just the opposite? You hated Georgia.
Oh, Georgia was extremely horrible.
Okay, gotcha.
Georgia's where they sat there and told me, "Won't your son just grow the chromosome back?" Like he's a fuck. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm one of the lizard people, and don't worry, my eyes blink regular, but he'll grow back his chromosome like a lost fucking limb. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Best place ever was Kansas.
Nice. That's kind of, actually, to be honest with you, Kansas is not really. Wouldn't have thought of that, to be honest with you.
They have a facility in the town where he was from, Betty, and it's really good.
Gotcha.
In Riverton.
Yeah. I feel so bad for Seth. I'm really sorry. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're here. Keeping him. At least nothing more. He sees a friendly face when he looks up. It's got to be probably pretty hard on him and terrifying all the same. I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, like I said, this is what he wants to be talking about. It's not easy, but he would much rather be talking about this stuff than some of the other BS.
Yeah. Was your son, was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Good chance and possibility.
Gotcha. And prior to this whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things, and when the divorce initially happened, I had an attorney, and pretty much he told me that he just wanted to play dirty and take everything from her. And I was like, that doesn't help our son. I just want a divorce so I can start again. And that was before she accused me of some of the things that she did. But when she did that, he was like, you're the one that chose to play it nice. And I looked at him and I was like, I chose to be a human and not accuse her of everything that she's done. Child still deserves a mother. Mm-hmm. Child still deserves to have his father. And he was like, well, this is what you get for playing nice. And I looked at him and I was like, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of that retainer because you're not getting any more from me. And I'll represent myself. Mm-hmm. So I did. And so much happened. I wish I had had more money. I wish I had a different thought process because I just wanted to be in my son's life. And I didn't think that my son deserved not to have his mother in his life.
You talk about, obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how.
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every one of her declarations that she wrote is out there. None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of the divorce, but nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit on the stuff that I submitted.
Great head.
Oh, yeah, we got to keep that pressure
And
up.
in my opinion, it's probably because Katie put her own shit out there and not Seth's, right? That's what it seems like anyway, allegedly, in my opinion. It seems that way, you know. Oh, I know. The attorneys suck. They never want excuse me, the best interests of the child, right? Little Miss Sharon, that's really interesting. Says, I took my autistic daughter to 6 schools and all the teachers could talk the talk, but none could teach or understand my daughter. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Miss Sharon. I was so happy when we were finished with the school. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the thing is sometimes they don't even try, you know, which is horrible. And I agree with that too, Little Miss Sharon. You know, the lawyers are going to want to pit the parents against each other. They always do that. They always do. That's why I can't stand the family court system. It's disgusting. And it's all about money. But yeah, children deserve a mom and a dad. That's right. And Sebastian loves both of his parents.
Perspective, it seems like it's a one-sided narrative, for sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine, because all of my declarations aren't written by me. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through. I didn't have a single, I mean, we're talking about, I went 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, you know, I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse. And I was good living in my sanctuary, in my house. The only person that came into my house was my son. This is the safest place he knew because he felt safe here. Of course, he's going to feel safe in my sanctuary because he had his own little sanctuary here too. You want to know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4. I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak instead of building stuff up in the system. And you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
Yeah. You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you.
He, as a child, needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me? And all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore. And then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else. And he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that.
Hey, KJ Mac. Yeah, and I agree. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, it's it's amazing to me that people want to, give these kids all of these different harsh medications, right? And it's just a lot. And they do the same thing to adults too. If you have a diagnosis, they're going to give you a crap ton of medications. Here you go. And in my opinion, I feel the same way Seth does about medications. Again, I'm not going to say that any parent that gives medications is bad. I'm not here to tell you what to give the kids, especially when a doctor prescribes it.
So you kind of hit on something, and I was going to be getting into your relationship with Katie a little further down in this, but you said some things that kind of perked my curiosity. Was Katie abusive to you?
She had a drinking problem, and when you say abusive, she was active duty Navy, and their slogan nowadays is I'm a sailor with a drinking problem instead of being a drinker with a sailing problem. You want to know about emotional, physical, all that, you can check all of those. I mean, I dealt with a lot. Being a stay-at-home dad, and I'm not doing a man's job, and getting told this all the time, that she does a man's job. No, you're not doing a man's job, honey. You're literally an electrician. It's a profession, all right? That profession is not limited by your gender. I'm very. There's two jobs in the world, maybe three, but a man's job is to protect his family, and a man can impregnate a female. A female is supposed to take care of their children. All right. Very specific gender roles in my life. The way I was raised. Everything else is a profession. All right. I got tired of it.
If you got hit, even as a passenger.
Sorry, I was muted. So yeah, no, I agree with you, Shadow. And that's the thing. Sometimes you can't get around it, right? I mean, I know my mom had seizures as well. I'm so sorry she has to deal with that. And you too, it's scary. And yeah, you have to, and it's hard to regulate those types of medications as well. Like even any of the ones that they have out there, and they have side effects and all of that. So yeah, I mean, it's again, I wish they had more natural remedies as well, but of course they would probably take them and charge them, turn them into a pharmaceutical if they could.
So when she asked for the divorce, I was good. I was like, please. I just want to be in my son's life.
May I ask you something? And I just want to ask you this kind of, because this has kind of unfolded itself like over the last 24 hours. Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Well, somebody is actually saying that it was February 26, 2019, exactly 8 years from the day your son disappeared.
2016.
Or 2016. Sorry, yes.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to go through my emails.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Just another day that she fucked my life up. Another day that she, First one was a divorce, way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's two things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer. That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody. And he was going to be a builder.
And that just breaks my heart too. You know, Sebastian being gone this long, just crazy. I work with a group of people who won't use any pharma, and I'm always like, hey, Neosporin, that stuff has saved me so many doctor's visits. Try it. But nope, I use herbs for much, but Neosporin, man. I agree, KJ Mac. It's the best too, because it doesn't, it helps with scarring and stuff like that. If you were to, say somebody fell off a bike or, was riding their bike and, fell or whatever. Yeah. So I know it's so hard because there's not even anything is natural. Like headaches and stuff like that. Of course, I took a couple of ibuprofen yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, when I was having the sinus headache. So, and I'm still a little bit, it's just like all that pressure buildup. But yeah, I hate that. I just hate that. And I think it is another sign, Shauna. I never did see any proof of that. I don't know who said that, and they could be right. I think it would be a strange coincidence if it wasn't, they do. And see, little Miss Sharon, that's a great point. They do love revenge. And that's tough, right? Because they absolutely are vindictive and they like to hurt another person. Like if you bruise their ego in the slightest, it's V for vendetta with those people. Exactly.
At some point after the divorce, the animosity had to have calmed down. It sounded like you guys kind of got into a rhythm, a system, if you will. Sebastian was, going to your house. On the other, the weekends, it seemed like you guys weren't having custody disputes. I'll wait for her to get back.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know this is difficult. I hate.
Okay. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Okay, I was going to say, I think it said one of two. I was like, I think we got 2 ads this time. That's all right, though.
I'm just. But what I was asking is, after the divorce, obviously it was pretty contentious and, you tried to keep the higher ground.
I didn't try. I did.
Yeah. You guys were clearly at some point started working together, making sure that your son, went back between the houses, that it was calm. It seems like you guys were becoming a well-oiled machine, if you will. Is that an accurate assessment?
Looking at these DCS records?
No, take those out. Just your knowledge of the situation. Just the way your
my knowledge of the situation?
Yeah, just at the time, before your son disappeared, you guys appeared to have the animosity worked out where you guys, would that be an accurate statement?
Animosity was probably still there.
Okay.
It would raise its ugly head every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Me, I just tried my best to ignore it. Simple things like, why don't you enforce the same rules that at my house? So on and so forth. And it's like, you got in trouble at your house. he got in trouble in your watch. You tell me why he's in trouble, and I will determine if it's severe enough that he will be punished here. But if it's not, I'm not going to continue the punishment. This is a different household. You know, he didn't do his homework. Well, he's going to suffer on that end, but he's going to suffer at your house. He's not going to suffer at mine. Because when he was here doing homework during COVID, he did his homework.
Yeah, speaking of that, and speaking of narcissists and their need to inflict pain on others, you know, when Seth says this part of things and he's describing this, it reminds me of them ruining Sebastian's birthday, Aunt Melissa trying to at least ruin his birthday. And, you know, well, we're going to get him in trouble at his dad's house, so he won't be able to do nothing fun. He won't be able to do anything. It's a loss of control issue as well. Afraid that Sebastian might be able to have a little bit of a break from their punishments when he's at his dad's house to try to convince Seth to carry the punishment over. Thank God he didn't concede. Thank God he didn't do that to Sebastian, because I could just see those two thinking it's so funny to ruin Sebastian's time with his father. Rosebud, good to see you. I've been doing some research, Ari, once Sebastian turns 18, and if he is still missing and not come forward on his own, the case changes greatly. The investigation protocol changes. Very interesting. Oh, that is interesting, Rosebud. I'm going to have to look into that too. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. That is interesting. And is it did you look up like Tennessee specifically, or would that be like through the FBI? I know the FBI is involved. Of course, they have the $50,000 reward, but man, I sure hope so. Janet, I'm praying with you. I hope that he is found before then. Yeah. But the protocol becomes more advanced. It's an interesting topic. The symbology of the date, and all three could have had some attachment to the date, even CP, who won his prize on that date. Ooh, good point, KJ Mack. Very interesting. I wish they would clear Seth, Janet. If Seth is cleared, a lot will change. I agree with that. I think Chris would have one of those fits that he throws himself on the ground and starts, you know, pounding his fist and kicking his legs, you know, like the baby he is.
I didn't have to worry about it. I just don't see the point of him getting to come stay at my house and be in trouble for something he did at your house and being punished at mine.
Right. You wanted to visit with him. You didn't want to punish him.
I got 2 days with him.
Right.
And literally, you know, I go pick him up on Friday when he gets out of school at 3:00. I literally get Saturday all day with him and then have to take him back on Sunday. So I'm really getting only one solid day with him. You think I'm going to punish my son?
Right.
You're out your fucking mind. You know, Mr. Chris, I don't like the fact that he's, you know, you got him wearing underwear at your house. Well, we don't have the accidents at my house that he seems to be having at your house.
Wow. And that's another thing that is just completely horrible, that Chris would make him wear pull-ups. Chris is a very vile and horrible man, in my opinion. It's sad to me that Sebastian wasn't bullied by his peers. He was bullied by his stepfoot. What a disgusting disgrace of a human, in my opinion.
So why, again, am I going to have my son wearing a fucking diaper at my house when he can get up and go use the bathroom and not have an accident?
Do you think Katie and Chris stressed him out? Do you think that's why he was having accidents?
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid.
They stress me out.
I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DVC with
65 Put a 1 in the chat if Chris and Katie stress you out.
65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and work them.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of be geared toward Chris. So, according to Chris, both of you guys spoke. What he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number's still the same. And I know he probably watching. He probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
But that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house. Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this. Whoever has my son, just drop him off at a gas station, man.
Chipotle Honey Chicken is back. Grilled chicken, Chipotle peppers, and pure honey.
Whoops, sorry. Chipotle Chicken's back, apparently, guys, at Chipotle. All right, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys.
Show a little fucking humanity. My heart is missing. Just drop him off. Tell him to go call 911. I need my son. And I want my son back. Life ain't fair, but this is bullshit.
Give him just a second, Betty.
Yeah. And I know you're a smoker. If you need to light one up, go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit. I know this has got to be just awful. While he's taking a break, I just want to do a check in chat to make sure everybody is doing well in chat and everybody's, being good as good as it's expected with 2,800 people, So I do appreciate everybody being here. If you guys are getting something out of this, please consider hitting that like button. And again, Tony, I do appreciate, all this. I know this has got to be crap.
We appreciate you. We appreciate the format. We appreciate you keeping this predominantly about Sebastian. I mean, like I said, these questions aren't easy for a grieving father, but this is really what he wants the world to focus on is Sebastian. And he says that 20 times a day. And I think you would agree after seeing him tonight that he clearly means that.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, it's been hard. I mean, I'm thankful for these glasses. And one of the reasons why I'm not taking them off, because you'll see my eyes are like, they're tearing up. I'm having, it's hard for me, to hear this because it's just a bad situation, nobody wants to be here, and we are. So what can we do to help? At this point, I don't know. I really don't know, except keeping his name out there and letting people know who Sebastian is.
Well, I mean, you said it 100 times on your show. What we would ask of everybody that has a heart, that doesn't want to go through this, that has some compassion, is that we focus on the child. We focus on Sebastian, and either do your part and pray, do your part and keep the word out there, or just move on to another missing child that needs a platform.
Yeah. And there's always, you can always go and just if you want to do something, go post a flyer on your pole right outside your home. That's probably the quickest and easiest way you can help.
You know, I just got back from, as you know, I just got back from North Dakota like 15 minutes before we got on.
How cold was it there? I hear it's cold all year round.
No, it's like 70 degrees. It wasn't bad.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But, you know, I had the magnet on my truck, and every gas station I stopped at from Oklahoma to North Dakota, and every gas station in North Dakota, I went in and put flyers on the windows. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the messages we want to get out there is we don't know where this child is at. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it might sound silly to be in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and be putting flyers out 40 minutes from the Canadian border, but you know, we've heard theories about him being in Alaska. We've heard theories about him, you know, being across the border. I mean, you know, it's just we just don't know. And you know, people that truly want to help, to have compassion, that are part of, as I always say, part of the solution, not the problem. Mm-hmm. You know, anybody can print a flyer off. I mean, it doesn't have to be on 50 cent a sheet paper. I mean, they could be black and white flyers. It's still getting his image out there.
Yeah.
You know, you have to ask yourself when you're involved in cases like this, you know, are you an asset or a liability? And there's really no in between.
Right. Right. There's not really a middle of the road. It's all in or all out.
Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got a few questions, you know, for you, but I'm kind of waiting them to the end because it kind of all dovetails into my closing. So you know, the only real thing I can really ask you is how has, you know, and it's going to be kind of talking about behind Seth's back, but how has Seth been to you, you know, behind the scenes?
We talk multiple times a day. I mean, I have a routine. I usually check on him in the morning. I check on Randy Harris in the morning. You know, Randy and I talk about work things, and Caleb, and Seth and I talk about whatever it is he wants to talk about.
Whoopsie daisy. Whoa, we've been getting hit with the ads. Here's another one, Shauna, for you. We got two. We got Wayfair. Hey, they're better than the ones we were getting the other day. Here we go.
You know.
Yeah. Actually, I was just going to say, actually, on the next break, I would like to get an update on Caleb, but now that Seth is back, I would like to. Hey.
Well, I heard him talking behind my back, so I wanted to come see what he had to really say.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know me, I'm prying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show. I can promise you.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is just an unfortunate thing, but
I think I might have reviewed the lab with Chris McDonough. I don't know which one, and Dr. Gary on panel discussing Sebastian missing. I might have reviewed them. I might have reviewed that one before, but I wouldn't mind taking a look back at it. Like I said, again, you know, I knew this one had a lot of questions in it that Seth was answering in the beginning, opening up a little bit more because he was at this point, he was out of Chris and Katie's grip, right? To you know, do what they were wanting him to do and work together, quote unquote, but really that they're calling the shots. But if you want to email it to me, I will, we'll definitely take a look at it tomorrow. So.
It's kind of hard because I'm trying to find the perspective, and, you know, the way I'm seeing this kind of unfolding is it seems like Chris is like the domineering one. And how often did you speak with Katie before all of this? Was your primary contact Chris, or did you ever speak to Katie?
I spoke to Katie, but see, the animosity that's there between me and Katie wasn't really there when it was me and Chris.
Mm-hmm. So you just find it easier to work with Chris than you do to work with Katie?
Yeah.
Prior to this, right? Gotcha.
Correct.
How did Chris approach when he asked you how did he approach you when he asked you to take Sebastian full time? What was that conversation like?
Many discussions had been had before it was approached, but both Chris and Katie and everybody was like, he is a different child when he comes back from living with you. And because he's a different child, it's like I kept trying to tell them if they're having a problem with him, let me talk to him. Let me know what you'd like me to address so that I can speak to him. Me and Sebastian could, from an early age, me and Sebastian communicated. Like, before he could even speak, he would do grunts and sounds and stuff like that, and point, and I know exactly what he wanted. And it upset some people in life, but it's like, it's not my fault. I know what my son wants. You know, our wavelengths were more in tune. I connected to my son. I mean, you kind of do that when you're, you know, deadbeat tired to the world, and you're sitting there feeding them a bottle going, I'm still awake, there's still milk in the bottle. You know, I've got pictures of where, you know, he literally crawling everywhere, and then he would just hit his limit, and he'd be out on the floor. And it's like, do I pick him up, wake him up, or do I just slide a pillow up underneath him and then put a blanket on him and, you know, try to get 20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out? And it's just one of those things. It's like, I believe children are supposed to have a solid foundation to lean on as they grow up. Mm-hmm. And I believe I was that solid foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine. You know, the court system literally at one point in time during the divorce told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, you know, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine. Mm-hmm. You know, it's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know how that, 'cause that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for, you know, an hour or so, and you know.
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a very, that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive, you know, and to thrive.
And, you know, and they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that it's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation, because then it's stability. They already know what's going to happen as the night progresses. No surprises. You know, you got to go, you got to take a shower, you got to get to bed, you know, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
How did that affect your marriage?
Seth, stop for a second.
I prefer not to speak about her personal stuff.
Okay.
I still consider myself a gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that is her personal life. And that is something that, for me to say anything of it would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been essayed.
Gotcha. Well, then let me ask you this. Do you, and this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
Come on. Talking about essay my son?
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse?
Physical, mental, verbal.
I mean, for my son to sit there and have told me while we were living in California that why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know, son. She's never said that to me. Oh, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't. She had already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my mini. And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me, I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
Well, I have to, how when you hear Katie talk about your son, and this is one thing that's really kind of rubbing me a little bit raw. You know, she talks about some, in my viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Are you getting that same?
You're talking about her interviews and stuff since this has gone on?
Yes.
I can't sit through any of her interviews. I can't. I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
And there's a reason why I say my son. Because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's my son. I'm looking for him. I'm asking everybody to help find my son. I don't hear her doing that. I don't see it.
No one sees it. No one does. And that's the thing. And again, guys, this is from May 30th, 2024. You know, and people just aren't seeing it, you know, Scranton. It's like and even when Katie's on I'll say a mainstream channel, right? Not YouTube. But whenever she has been on a mainstream channel, she always gets a little digs in. And we even watched it last night when she was on the Reels interview. And she said, you know, that Sebastian can be quite temperamental. I always thought that was strange that she would throw that in. And again, it just seems like you're blaming the victim when you do that. And when we talk about or think about Peter Hyatt and what he told us about that, yeah, it doesn't look good, Katie.
I don't hear her saying his name. I don't see her saying his name. I don't see that. Nothing would have been better for me than being able to put our differences aside and work together to find our son. But I'm not going to let some dirtbag run the show when it comes to finding my son.
I wonder which dirtbag he's referring to. Just kidding. I already know.
The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not. A united front is not me and the stepfather.
I have a son.
Yeah, Rosebud, I don't know if you were listening earlier in to the show, but we were talking about that. I think that's a good idea to reach out to other, you know, families that have gone through similar situations. Dylan Redwine's case reminds me of Sebastian's a lot. And I hate to think that something happened because he saw something he wasn't supposed to. But I think that's a really good suggestion. Yeah, cough, Chris, cough. Yeah, exactly. Scranton.
To find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't see that. And it's not my job to support her. It stopped being my job to support her when she filed for a divorce. You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends. You know, I have close family, but they're in other states. You know, the support that I get from them is a phone call. You know, see how I'm doing. I've got friends in other states. They call me, see how I'm doing. But
there was a vigil you had, and there was photos of Chris kind of being in your personal space, in my opinion. There were rumors at that time that he was screaming at you or raising his voice, or, you know, something about the whole GoFundMe situation. Do you have any comment on that?
you're speaking about I think that would have been when we did the Light the Path. We did.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to literally to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony, and before I spoke to a dog person who has completely ghosted me, by the way. I don't care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house. Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent to find my son. And you know my phone number. Give me a call. He wanted to work together. I believe that was the one where another creator turned around and showed what I said at the very end first, instead of actually showing how everything went in order. And people took offense to me telling the people, if you don't like it, to F off or kick rocks or however I'm supposed to be PC. I've never been.
Don't worry. They would have gotten a lot worse from me if it was.
I mean, people don't seem to understand, but if somebody walks over to my neighbor's house and sits there and be like, hey, I'd like to search your property for Sebastian Rogers. His father has told me to come over and ask you. Now, if I have not given this person permission, and that gentleman that is my neighbor sits there and goes, well, sure, I know Seth, if he's asked you to care for his son, go ahead. That person goes in there, looks. I don't know that they're doing. I don't know what they're doing at all, because they're not communicating with me. And they kind of stopped communicating with me, which is why they're no longer on my team. Because you're not going to do stuff without letting me know, because that's my name. Yeah. If that person gets hurt on that property, then it's a liability for the property owner, and then it's a liability for me. And in the name of Sebastian Rogers, they got injured and hurt because they were doing what the father asked them to do. No. It's a liability thing. People don't seem to understand that. So when I sit there and I know that people are doing that right now, I get phone calls, police departments. Hey, is your PI hiring this person for, a dog person, and they said they work for you? I get calls like that. And I'm like, let me reach out. Text them, call them, find out that they haven't. Reach out to my attorney to make sure my attorney hasn't, because they communicate with me. And then I'm calling back the police department. No, don't have anybody out there doing that. Well, there's people out there saying that they are. So when I do go to ask somebody if I can go search on their property, and they turn around and they're like, well, you've already had searchers here. Why are you coming back? No, there's people here that are stating that they're searching and that they're part of my team. They're not part of my team.
Mm-hmm.
That becomes a real issue.
I listed this on eBay in like 2 seconds and got a really good price.
Find what you love, sell what you don't.
Whoops, 1 second. Sorry, I was muted again. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, there we go.
People don't seem to understand. If people are going to do things on their own, do it on your own, but don't put me and my son's name into it. It's a liability issue. Because when I do go to that property and ask to go search that property, and the owner is telling me somebody has already been here and in my name has searched their property, and they were not law enforcement, they were not SAR trained, they did not have the, you know, what am I, and they tell me no. Now I can't search this property for my son, so I don't know if that property has been properly searched or not.
Right, because you don't know who did it.
I don't know who did it because I'm not having communication. Mm-hmm. Who is on my team to find my son is my choice. Mm-hmm. I'm the one building the team. I'm the one that's responsible for him. As the gentleman here has already said, I'm the boss. I'm the one that asks things to get done. I ask Tony to do things for me. I ask him to put his feelers out to get things that I need. When I sit there and I ask people, if you want to help and you can't come and help search, send me an address to send flyers to. Oh, that became a huge, that's asking for your address. Yeah, I got 1,000 flyers that I'm getting ready to pick up so I can sit there and hand them out to people who want to hand out flyers.
And let's just be honest with you. People that want to participate can give their address. The ones that don't want to participate, don't give your address. Go over to TBI and print off your own damn flyers. Let me just be very simple.
But some people can't do that. Some people don't have the monetary sources to go do that. And I'm
Let me ask you something real quick, and it's kind of talking about your team. Now, this is kind of like a little sore subject because, there's been a lot of criticism about Tony being on your team. I know we're kind
get
of
over it.
Yeah, but, a lot of people are just, concerned that he's taking advantage of you somehow. Is there a way for Tony to take advantage? Does he have access to money, fundraiser, your credit card? I mean, how is he taking advantage of you?
I don't know. Tony, how are you taking advantage of me?
I think it's those secret late night calls, Seth.
Oh, you mean right after I go to sleep when you call me to tell me that somebody's running their mouth? Or the late night calls where I call you because I want to see how everything's going so I know what to prepare myself for the next day. There's nobody taking advantage of anything. He's a volunteer. If he wanted to, he can tell me, hey, I'm done with this shit. I can't do it no more. And I'd tell Tony, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I know where you live.
Do you have a TikTok account?
No, I don't.
You don't have a TikTok account? Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I have a YouTube account, which people have looked. I've had this since 2006.
Yeah.
But 2006 when I made my Gmail account. Mm-hmm. That was 2 years before my kid was born. Yeah. And before this, I used YouTube to listen to music.
Right. Yeah. That's the way I was too before I became Bullhorn Buddy.
Seth, let me ask you a question. When you're with me, forget you paying for anything for me or me taking any money. When you're with me, do you even pay for anything for yourself?
No.
Well, thank you, Tony. God bless you.
Tony won't let me. Tony won't let me.
What's that, haters? What's that? What? Taking advantage of who? What? I don't think so.
with my team, we've gone out to dinner at times, and I get the third degree when I start reaching for my wallet to pay for shit. And it's like, I was raised to be a gentleman.
Right.
You know, I had a particular female got mad that I bought her dinner, but everybody was splitting up the bill, and I was like, well, you know, I'll pay for these two people here, this one and this one.
Right.
And I got the third degree because I was told not to. And then I got yelled at because I left the lady a tip.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
You know, in this
Exactly.
world, you can't do anything right. But I tell you what, everybody's opinion is just that. It's their opinion.
Yeah.
I just want to find my son. And, you know, somebody's going to be haters out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I want to kind of bring us back to
Sebastian.
Gather your flock and see the film critics are
Daisy, look at all the, there's a bunch of little sheep like on YouTube. Look at them. I'm just kidding. That's terrible. Okay, how many? Okay, we got 2. Here we go. Oh, no, anyone. Okay.
And I want to kind of start now picking your brain on trying to remember, and it's going to suck for you, and I know, and if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris that was on the voicemail?
The text message.
Text message. And
I had a missed call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Don't be angry or mad. Sebastian's missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing. You know, distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now. With what I know, yeah. Mad and angry fits now.
911.
But then again, what I know now
911, but he didn't dial 911. Don't be mad. That's a coward.
is everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call that there was something seriously wrong? Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing a well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Interesting. When you got there, what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the doors, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
Started that kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just started looking to see what I could see. Obviously, my son's not there.
How long were you there?
Turned around and I was there for a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said. And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Immediately.
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my son's not there. And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking. Driving up and down the roads, screaming for my son.
All right, these ads are just popping up. Oh, that's cute, the little charms. Well, look at that. Pandora jewelry for your hat. Those things are expensive. Okay, here we go. Oh, boy.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
I didn't stay the night, if that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going to ask you about some.
No, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not.
Absolutely guilty, in my opinion, too. KJ Mack absolutely shows guilt.
To search. All right, they told us not to be getting out.
Which again, and I'll rewind this real quick, but which again would be normal, right? Because Sebastian went missing on their watch. But why would Chris be guilty if he was in Memphis? Shouldn't Katie hold the guilt? Shouldn't Katie be the one that feels bad because it was just her and Sebastian in the house? I mean, that's really strange. He did send the same thing to Nina, 911, but he didn't call 911, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's strange, right? It's really strange. Oh, yeah, I love thrift store shopping, Brad. I do. It's fun. It is really fun. You can find some pretty cool stuff.
And walking through the forest and shit like that, looking for Sebastian. That they didn't want one of us to go missing while we're looking for our son. Understand that. That's why I did my searching out of the vehicle. Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see, screaming for his name, almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got a couple around here. I can send you one. You might have to buy the batteries. You know, I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think he's, in the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
It's really kind of hard to explain. But
was she acting normal?
Shoving her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not how you.
Odd statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's. It was taken at Costco. And it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. That wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that does sound like a really odd statement. Convincing language, so to speak.
Doesn't work on me.
Yeah.
I get plenty of liars at work. You know.
I bet you're almost like a human lie detector.
Well, I look at them and I call inmates on their bullshit. You know, it's like, don't try to bullshit me. It's not going to get you anywhere. You know, be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. You know, it's a respect factor.
Hello.
Mutual
I'm
respect.
diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What?
Yeah. That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there too, buddy.
Wow.
No, say Seth's lying. Say Seth's a liar. Yeah, go on, hate channels, you dumbasses. Go on, you little crumb of vultures. Say that Seth is lying. We can hear them yelling it on the PI recorded phone call. So say that Seth is just disparaging Katie and he's just saying hateful shit against her. You think he likes that? You think he likes this? He doesn't. I can tell you that, and I don't even have to check. Nobody would like it. You wouldn't like it either. If it was your kid out there and your ex was feeding you a line of bullshit like this, would you like it? Lying to you right off the bat, would you like that? Would you like a whole bunch of people contaminating a crime scene? No, you wouldn't like it. Nobody talks to my wife without me there.
What was she wearing?
I don't remember. She was dressed. I mean,
She was
obviously,
dressed?
there was people in the house. So
Right. But I just didn't know if she was in her pajamas or she was dressed.
So Betty, if the sale is that you were told not to look and you were told to stay home in case your child came home, then we could buy that if they actually stayed home, correct?
Right.
Oh, snap, Tony. Oh, snap. Looky there. Look at that. Holy cow. I can't believe that. Because they didn't stick around. And what was their excuse? Well, we're being threatened and we're scared. Oh, bullshit.
What was the weather like there? Was it raining or snowing that day? Was it cold? Like, can you...
first day was pretty decent. I mean, I think that low the first night was 50. The next night, it got colder. And then I think on the third night, on Wednesday, I think it was 20 degrees. And then we had rain for the next 3 or 4 days. And pretty crappy fucking weather.
But it wasn't crappy weather the day he disappeared?
No.
Did the neighbors speak to you?
Briefly, one of the neighbors spoke to me. Lovely lady that lives next door. She introduced herself. I'm horrible with names. But most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me. And then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie.
Gross.
Kathy and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people you just introduce. I was watching their behavior.
Did the neighbors...
Whoopsie daisy.
Settling for irritation.
Oh my gosh. Okay, see, this is where we get into the weird crap ads right here. What the hell? Everybody's pulling...
Odd? Was their behavior odd, or were they just appeared to be concerned?
Some of them appeared to be concerned. Some of them brought their video footage over for Chris to look at.
Yeah, why are they doing that? See, and this is why, you know what? With the neighbors, I can't.
So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
Yeah, they also like to send it to YouTubers and not Seth. That's interesting. What the hell is up with that? Are you guys sending that shit to law enforcement, or what's going on?
That's quite...
Still in the dark.
That's quite interesting. Was Chris friendly?
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool how? I never heard this.
He had a baby fit.
The GoFundMe my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son.
What was that
The
all over? Why did he want
GoFundMe-
you to stop?
Hold on.
Why did he
Hold on.
threaten you?
Hold on. It was a GoFundMe that my sister set up for me to pay my bills while I look for my son. It wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated. I used it to pay my bills. I used it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back. People.
You don't have to convince me because I know how expensive.
No, it's just a little annoying. If the GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward. And I still have.
And also, I want to point out that Chris was the one that asked law enforcement if they should start a GoFundMe. It wasn't Seth's idea. It was Chris's idea. And Chris said that the police told him not to do it. So they didn't. And then he got upset with Seth because his sister made one for him. I mean, we see this all the time in these cases, right? Because the parents are looking for their kids, so they're not working. How do you go to work when your kid's missing and just go about your day? You don't.
Some of it. And I still won't touch a portion of it because I'm wanting to put it into the reward. But it has to be set up properly, and law enforcement has to literally approve of it.
Right. Gotcha.
You know, just because people want something done doesn't mean it happens. I'd like my son to be found, and I'm looking for him.
When you were there and you saw Chris and Katie, did you see any injuries on their persons?
I was not paying attention to them.
You say you didn't see any scratches on Chris's arms?
I've seen pictures of the scratches and stuff afterwards.
Did that concern you at all?
Nothing I can do about it now.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together as and the reason why they were the last person to see your son? You know, I'm not trying to.
And I'm not trying to say anything about Betty's question or anything like that because she's doing an awesome job. I think all the questions she's asking are very well. It's very well done, right? I mean, all the questions are pertinent to the case and things like that. But it's up to law enforcement to be looking for things like that, right? Because even if Seth did witness that kind of stuff, you know, he could tell them. But those are the things that they should be keen to look at and they should be looking for. Not expecting a father who's distraught, who got this bogus ass text in the morning when he gets off of a 12-hour shift. Oh, don't be mad. Oh, 911. Jerk.
You know, I don't want to put you in a
Their
position.
conversations are inappropriate for what was going on.
How do you mean?
Talking about their next vacation, the jewelry that, you know,
wow,
they're going to buy for that is Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough to make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these
Gross.
conversations in the house. Kathy was these people. What was your opinion of Kathy?
Cruella
My opinion of her?
DeVille.
Yeah.
Really going to piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion of her.
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live. She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
Right. And do any of them have basements?
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know if Chris has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff?
I've heard that he does.
I've heard that too.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department?
Have no idea. I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time, and unfortunately, I'm classified as an outsider. But my son lived there, and he went missing in Sumner County.
That part always gets me. that he's an outsider. Like, what the hell is that? More like we're all human beings. That's a good old boys, good old boys, good old boys, good old boys. That's it.
People may not like me as an outsider.
I used to live that way.
Here's my song.
Sick.
People are going to have to get over certain things because I'm not willing to be over my son just poof, as Chris says, or Houdini himself out.
What was Kathy's demeanor like that morning? Did anybody in the house, when you saw them, appear nervous or out of place or odd, or just maybe they weren't doing anything, but there was just something in you that made you feel out of place or made you feel odd?
Katie seemed to be the only one that was upset, grieving, and maybe would be the word.
What was she doing? How was she acting? What emotions was she displaying?
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Oh, Lord.
Have you seen
After
her?
the initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then, you know.
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough. Were you there when Chris approached the law enforcement to get the camper, to get permission to go get the camper?
I was not.
But you heard about it.
Oh, I heard about it.
What day
We all heard about it. We all heard about it.
did he leave the very next day, or was it a day or two after?
I do not know.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday while I was there.
Gotcha. And what
Shauna.
did Ellie say at the time you left the Proudfoot home about the status of the case at that time?
When he left?
No,
when I left.
when he probably went to go get the camper and you probably went on your way. Did law enforcement give you an update? That was really early on in the case, obviously much different than where we
After
are now.
Wednesday, my parents showed up from Texas, and they were staying over in Goodlettsville at the RV park.
Gotcha.
I told them where I was at.
Get one of 3 original Jimmy John sandwiches, chips, and a drink for just $8.99.
Jimmy John's. Yeah, that's interesting. I want to know. I want to try to put together that timeline of events where everybody was after Sebastian went missing. We know that they certainly weren't searching for him. We know that's right? Because, Kathy was too busy going on vacation. Christopher was getting his RV and they went with him allegedly to go get it. So, what were all these people doing?
And they knew where I was at. And except for me calling them to find out what was going on, really didn't have much communication with them. I was kicked out of the command center.
What was that about?
I shouldn't be here looking at the computers. I was
You
looking
were
at
crying
the
too.
my son's missing. I want to see where you're searching. Why? So I can go search. I gotta stay in my vehicle. I can't get out and go running around. But I can sure drive around.
Yeah.
I can look. I was told that I'm not supposed to be doing that.
But you did it anyways.
I've never been one, when it comes down to something important, you're going to do what you're going to do.
You got to do what you got to do.
And there's nothing more important to me than my son.
Right. There was a video that was released by Nick Barris about some light movements on the outside of the home. Did you and this was added after the fact because one of my mods wanted to ask this. What did LE say about that video? Was the time?
Rosebud, that is such a good point. And to top it, CP was adamant about the custody court had nothing to do with Sebastian missing, so why cancel it? Oh yeah, and he got mad as hell. According to Nina, he said, "We're not going," and screamed at her. We all know how he likes to throw fits.
Truly stuck. I guess I've never heard the time being stuck on one specific time. Off, maybe, but stuck.
I mean, when I saw the video that they showed me, it stayed there. It was just stationary at 311.
Do you believe that video was taken later, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. I've got just a few more questions, and then Tony, obviously, I've got some questions for you, which I've asked a lot of the questions in our downtime. So, but it's been really good. This has been really good. I really do appreciate this. I hope I've been very respectful of you both throughout this process. I didn't want it to be. I wanted to be. I pry, but I understand the situation as well, and it's kind of hard because you're the only person I've had an opportunity to speak with, so I really do apologize that I have to ask you all these questions. But what do you think the most challenging thing for you has been since the disappearance of your son? And I know you're talking about the loneliness, but has there been any other hindrances, resources?
Good night,
there was a
Witchy.
time and a place that you actually said that you believe you may know where your son is, but you just don't have the resources to get him. What did you mean by that?
I don't remember stating that. But he's somewhere. When it comes down to resources, it's like I would like to follow every lead possible. I'd like to go down every rabbit hole. And I know I can't do it. Everybody wants to complain about this, complain about that, and to add stress. And stress is the #1 killer in life. It's not that I'm alone in my house. It's the fact that my son could possibly be somewhere. He's possibly alone. If he was here in my house, he may not be stuck to me. He may be in the living room in the recliner, in his recliner. His recliner. That's his recliner. He chose his recliner. Playing on a Switch, watching, and I could be in my room. I could be in the kitchen, watching my own. It's not about it's about not knowing where he is. Supposed to keep your children safe. Never said I was a perfect parent. I only have one child. It's a learning experience for me every day. But it's been an unending fucking nightmare since I got off of work. The fucking Monday morning to find out that my son is just gone. And knowing that there's 2 other people that are responsible for him, it seems that they're having the fucking grandest time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it.
At Cognition, what we've always focused on is trying to solve for the messy.
And they've always acted that way, and I think it's very odd. A lot of people found it to be really odd.
Because I believe in fucking karma. And when it comes around, I hope it smacks him in the fucking face. All 3 of us haven't been cleared yet. And I'll tell you right now, had nothing to do with my son's disappearance. Sumner County should understand that I didn't. I've got records where I've had him enrolled for school. He should be living with me right now.
And everybody with a half a brain cell knows that. And let me tell you, even in the hate channels, there's tons of people in there that say, I don't think Seth had anything to do with it. thank God for people who have critical thinking skills.
Could it be possible that your son is a victim of an online predator at all, or they've eliminated that possibility?
I don't know. Talk to Sumner County. Maybe they'll tell you.
Crazy.
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you
do
this.
with the case and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it's imperative to the case, they're not going to tell me. And it's not because I might come tell you all. It's because they keep things close to the chest, which I have learned since this has started. I don't tell anybody shit anymore because there's very few people that I can trust. I mean, literally what just fucking happened in the last 3 or 4 days is evidence of why I don't trust fucking people. You know? Fucking snakes.
Yep.
Where I come from, we kill snakes. We cut their heads off.
Cut the head off the snake.
Skin that bitch, throw it in a skillet, and watch it fucking squirm. And you eat it with a little salt and pepper and hot sauce.
No.
I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you have anything to do with your son? The disappearance of your son?
No.
And you have passed a polygraph?
Yep.
If another parent is going through this situation, what would be your best piece of advice for that parent?
Find hope and hold on to it. And when you're making a team, don't have a lot of people because there's a lot of trauma vultures out there in this world.
There you go. I call them trauma vultures, Seth. I call them trauma vultures, but trauma vultures. Trauma vultures, right? They just can't wait to pick that scab open, right? They see it healing a little bit. They go over and pick at it. Fucking assholes. And also, I want to say, too, I heard people criticizing Betty about the last time she was on panel with Seth a couple nights ago on Sunday night, right? This is the interview where Betty got answers for all of her questions. So the fact that she's not questioning Seth and she did more of a live stream with him instead of questioning him is because they've been through all of this shit together. So just so you guys know, because it's just pure ignorance. If not, it's cognitive dissonance.
A lot of fucking pieces of shit in this world. And you'll find out who your friends are. There's not a playbook for this shit. And each one is different. Sooner or later, even if you're a good-natured person, you have to kick people to the fucking curb.
Yep. Sadly.
Don't let them tell you what to fucking do. It's your child. And if you stop, are you worthy of being their parent? I won't stop.
Detroit.
Well, I just got a few more questions, and it's going to be kind of directed toward Tony. So I've got a few more questions from subs to you, but I'm just going to let you kind of take a break and get a cigarette and take a breath, you know? So Tony, you've been through quite a lot with Seth throughout this process. And it has very much been challenging. It's been challenging for all of us, watching this from an outside looking in. You tell me a little bit about yourself and how you were drawn to this case or Caleb's case. But before you do that, well, and then after that, give us an update on Caleb, because there were some people in the chat that wanted to know what was going on in that case as well. So.
Well, I got involved in Caleb's case because I'm very close to his father, Randy. We worked together. We're very close friends. I started out in that case kind of like I did with Seth, kind of helping from behind the scenes, setting up some interviews, doing some things like that. And as he got further into that situation, he started requesting more and more and started hinting that it would be good if he had somebody by his side in Corpus Christi. So I went down there to Corpus Christi, and I became kind of a project manager for him. I mean, I set up the places that the search and rescue team was searching. I worked with our Facebook administrator to build volunteers and kind of give them direction. I brought the PI in, again, with some recommendations from our Facebook group, and, pushed for him to engage the PI, and, just had a lot of different roles there, and, got his interview set up, coached him through those. Just kind of gave him a strategy, laid out a strategy for him. And then as we moved through that case, it got to the point where that investigation turned more digital, and there wasn't a need to keep doing interviews. Local searches became less necessary. And, I met Seth through a common friend, and that common friend connected us together and told me that Seth really needed some help, that there were some areas that he felt like were deficient in his son's case. And when I started out with Seth simply wanted a qualified search and rescue team. And we spent 2 or 3 weeks talking in private about that. And I counseled him a little bit on some different things, some different strategies, some different interview strategies after watching some of his things. And
cold and slithery, cold and smooth.
Oh,
Head for the mountains.
Look at there. There's a snake right there. All right, don't get any ideas to eat it. I hear they taste like chicken. Detroit says they taste like chicken. But you're right, Janet. Even though they lose their skin and they peel it off, it's still a snake. Still a snake.
Point where he told me that he really needed me to be a spokesperson for him, that he didn't want to be on camera, didn't want to set up interviews, that type of thing. And, obviously, our plan initially was to try to just take one spokesperson and have them represent all three. And we waited for a week and a half, 2 weeks for that to happen. And it got to the point where Seth was just saying, I can't wait any longer. I need you to come help me, and with or without the other side. And, it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing, and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me or not? And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
Oh, Lord.
I got to tell you, I've been very, very blessed in life, and I'd give Seth the shirt off my back. I have not taken even a nickel from Seth or Randy Harris. Quite frankly, I set up a GoFundMe for Randy through our employees at work, our co-workers. Even that account, I never even had access to the funds. As you know, they're kept in a cloud.
Yep.
And then when Randy was ready for them, I sent him an email, and he captured those funds. But
yeah, and when you set up a GoFundMe for someone, guys, there's a beneficiary, and that person has to accept everything. And when you do that, and it goes into their account, it doesn't go into your account, and then you give them money. Unless you set the GoFundMe up for yourself and have it going to you, then, that's a little shady in my opinion. But for anybody that's ever helped out and, went ahead and helped out a fellow human like that, you would know that. But, a lot of these people don't ever think about doing anything for anybody besides themselves.
I've never even had access to any of these guys'
Thank
funds.
you.
Matter of fact, when I'm with them, I pay for everything for them out of my wife and I's pocket.
Why do you think you're under
sweet.
such heavy scrutiny?
I think a lot of it has to do with Seth was on a lot of these hate channels, and he was out there doing everything he could do to get his son's name out there. And when I started watching where he had been and started researching these people and looking at their history, I told him, I said, there's a lot of these people that, that don't have your best interest at heart. So we're not going to do interviews with these people anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with when I took that access away to him. And, a lot of the content creators that never had access to him, they still liked him getting on camera and losing his cool and, whatever, because it was clicks and views. And
I couldn't stand it. It made me sick.
Yeah, it made me sick too. And I just tried to give him a plan, and You know, people love to see Seth Rogers in the Raw, and you know, he can be in the Raw like he was tonight. He can be himself, but he can still be in an environment where people and platforms care about him. And there's a difference between being in the Raw where people are laughing at him behind his back and being in the Raw on a show where somebody has compassion, such as yourself. And I wanted to control his environment, not what he says, but I wanted to control the environment.
Yeah, I think what you guys are doing, putting him on his own platform, I think that's going to be a benefit for you guys in the long road, and you don't have to depend on people like me. You know, he can go pop up there if he's got a message or information. You guys can you know, because at the end of the day, I did watch everything unfold. I do have, you know, intimate knowledge of all the people involved and how everything transpired. While we're not going to get into that here, it was wrong.
Yep.
It was wrong.
Sure was wrong.
It was just...
Yeah. And so, you know, I just really am very thankful that you guys took the time to come here. And I would like, when Seth is, you know, ready, I would like to open it up just for a few.
And I also want to say, too, that, you know, Seth is an actual human being. I've shook his hand. I've met him. He's an actual human being. And to sit there and to push and push and push until he loses his cool, and then to sit back and think it's cute. It's not. There's nothing good about it. It's horrible. That's Sebastian's dad. He's a child who's missing. He's been missing over 2 years. So anybody that gets entertainment value off of this, or anybody that thinks it's funny or any of it, you know, in terms of watching Seth lose his cool or even getting enjoyment off of his pain, because I know there's motherfuckers out there that love to do that shit. They get off on it. Anybody that's doing that, could you just remember for a second that he's a person? He's an actual human being. If that was you, you would not like that. If that was your best friend, you wouldn't like it. If that was your brother, you wouldn't like it. If that was your uncle, you wouldn't like it. Pick a person that's close to you and think about how it would affect you if somebody was mistreating them. You wouldn't like it.
Few questions. I'm going to go through my starred accounts here real quick. I've got a few questions in here if he's up for it. I'm just going to read through them before, if you don't mind, just give me a few minutes to read through and make sure nothing's too crazy here. And so if you want to get a drink or something, you go ahead and take a break, whatever you need to do, and just give me about two or 3 minutes to read through these. Guys, now would be the time. If you guys have any questions, now would be the time to get those in. There's a lot. I'll try to go check down at the bottom. So far, oh, you guys were really sweet. I saw some of your messages here. That's super sweet. So I'll ask the questions in here. If you guys have questions, I'll try to get it.
Hey, the real me too.
And in chat, for my mods, just a quick question here. How was chat? I literally had the entire chat covered. I didn't see anything going on in chat. I hope it didn't get too crazy for all of you. For all the people out there, I just want to thank you so much for being kind and courteous through this. And I hope you guys did learn something. I hope you appreciate the line of questioning. Interior cameras, that's a good question. Let me write that down. Hold on a second. I'm not going to be able to, I'm only going to be able to answer, grab a few of these questions, guys, so don't get upset if I can't grab all of them. You know, he's already been here for 2 hours. I just kind of, you know.
Aw, the real me too.
Basically just stripped him in front of everybody, okay? So we're going to try to be, let's see here. So interior cameras. Okay.
May I have your attention,
please? Guys, these ads. I'm glad though. That's how we make honest money on YouTube. You know, that's how we make an honest living is ads.
Anything else? Let me just go ahead and
Aw, the real me too.
All right, I've got a few questions. I'm not gonna. You've been here long enough, but I know I did ask for questions before we came live, and my mods did prepare some questions for me to help out. So I will try to grab some of these here, and I think this should be good enough for the questions. So at the end of this sheet here, one of my subscribers. I'm only going to ask a couple of these questions. What size, we were told that you bought Sebastian new boots. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took him to Boot Barn and bought him a pair of hiking boots.
And those boots were at your house?
They're at his mama's house.
And those boots were accounted for?
Yeah, they were at the front door when I walked in.
Okay, and what size is his shoe?
10.5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that answered that question. Were they there after? Yes, that answered that question. Katie said she bought him 3 pairs of shoes, and she only bought him 3 pairs of shoes. Was that because he didn't like? He was very specific on his shoes, or was that a Katie thing?
Probably a Katie thing.
Gotcha. Okay. And did they tell us where the location is? Okay, so I think I got all of those questions. Here's one. Oh, here's one about Terry Lynn. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Allegedly, Terry Lynn's tires were slashed while searching. Other searchers have been threatened and pulled out. Do you have any idea who's behind these scare tactics?
I don't.
Okay. All right, so now for the moderation questions. I went through them. They look like they were good. I won't take too much. There's just a few more questions here, so I'll try to gloss through them as quickly as I can. What was Sebastian's favorite song?
Well, he didn't really have a favorite song. I mean, we listened to everything. I mean, probably Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down. Gotcha. How was Sebastian with transitioning from activity to activity, from home to outside?
At my house, I mean, we go from the house to the truck, so the transitioning was the drive. Normally that meant, jump in the truck, get our seatbelts on, or whatever we're loading in the truck to go do, and then we listen to music.
Misty
That's
says,
always been one of the things that helps transition.
what is it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Said that's always been one of the things that helps transition him is music. Even when he was in a bad mood, like he didn't want to go to the store, but you don't have a choice today. We're going to the store because got to put groceries in here. You're going to be here for a week. You need to come with me so that you can pick out whatever snacks you want. Do you want sliced ham? Do you want sliced turkey? Do you want Swiss cheese today? Do you want... He got that from me. There's not a cheese that me and him we haven't liked.
I'm a cheesehead too. I got to be honest with you. I love cheese, Gouda, goat cheese. I like if it's cheese, I like it.
His favorite cheese, his go-to for favorite cheese was always baby Swiss. It's like
Your favorite.
Oh, I didn't get this from nothing. All right. And I don't have a woman cooking for me. Yeah. So I've always been the one that cooks anyways. And it's like I was teaching him how to cook. Aww. His favorite thing it's like he likes the grilled cheese sandwich, but we take cheddar brats, pack of 5.
Summer sandwich savings are at Jimmy John's with the 8.
Cook them for about 45 minutes so that they're pretty much look like they just came off the grill. And then cut them up into pieces, and that's the meat. Then we sit there and we make our spaghetti sauce. And boy loves mushrooms, raw, cooked, sauteed. It doesn't matter. He loves his mushrooms, and fresh mushrooms, vegetables, tomato paste, some stewed tomatoes. Put it all into the pot and just let it cook. And there's our sauce. And then when it comes down to spaghetti, you know, he likes his fresh grated Parmesan.
All right, you know what? I gotta say, I like his style. What can I say?
You know.
So Misty
Betty,
says,
Betty, I want to make sure before we get out of here that that I make it very clear that we are having good communication with law enforcement now.
Good.
You know, I think it's important that we point out that Seth is in a good place with them. We support them and what they're doing. But I also would like Seth to tell you, because I listened to your show earlier and I listened to some of these theories and some of these ladies that you hooked horns with a little bit regarding their theories. For the longest time, really the only thing that that Seth got from law enforcement was one thing. And what was that one thing, Seth? What was it they told you that is the only communication you got for such a long time?
Talking about they still don't know how he got out of the house?
Correct. How did they phrase that?
There's no evidence he ever left the house.
There's no evidence that he ever left the house. There's no evidence that he ever left the house. Is there evidence that he even made it home? Because according to the FBI, they didn't clean up that video, so they really can't make out who took the trash out. Look at both Betty and Tony's faces. Those are disappointed faces right there. How awful. How awful. And then you trauma vultures out there like to bash people who are showing genuine concern and who have tried to help Seth how many times?
yeah, that's what we kind of concluded with everything.
It's the same thing that they said at the last press conference.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I just like people to understand, being in law enforcement, they don't have to tell us it's a criminal investigation. What they have told us is that it's an investigation. And it's the same thing I've told people.
Right, but you could also go and look on the website, and it's always been under the criminal investigation part tab, excuse me. Criminal investigation part. No, the tab where you go and you click on criminal investigations, it's under there. Right? The flyer, it says that Sebastian was kidnapped. He's on the FBI most wanted list as kidnapped. Right? It's right here in the link. So anybody that's a moron and still believes that this isn't a criminal investigation, put your thinking cap back on. Maybe you grabbed the wrong one.
That you'll know if it's a criminal investigation when they slap them fucking bracelets on your wrist and you're off to fucking wear orange for the rest of your goddamn life. Bubba gonna like you. And I feel sorry for whoever did it. Best bet is just to let my son go. Drop him off at a gas station. Tell him to go in and tell him what your name is. Tell him to call 911. Doesn't matter where you are. It will get to me. And I will be driving to pick him up.
So Misty just wants to say, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, your virtual aunties and uncles won't stop until you're found and back home safe with your daddy. Seth, I'm praying for Sebastian and you, sending to you from Arizona.
Thank you, Miss Fisher.
Blame Erica says Seth is a great father. Never doubted that. Mass flyers can be distributed through U.S. Post Fast. We deliver 1,000 or 10,000 flyers in 1 week for $1,000. They should do it for free. You can do batches too. It's legit community help and effort. MK, send me that. Thank you for all you're doing, Team Sebastian.
Good night,
It's the only
Bo.
team there should be.
Absolutely. You don't want to see me come unglued over that. I already did. If you need to go back, you can go back and look. I actually have a
Not
video
team
that
me. It's not team them. It's team find Sebastian. It's
Absolutely.
Sebastian's army. It's Sebastian. His army needs Sebastian. Sebastian needs the army to find him.
What about the chest plate is gone? Mom and Dad's step house. Was he still wearing it before he went missing? The chest plate. Apparently, there was a picture where he had a chest plate on. Can you have anything to say about the chest plate?
He chose to not wear it. He tried it. It was like pulling teeth from an alligator. And he chose. He was given the choice, and he chose not to wear it. He had a cartilage buildup right here on his chest. That was, it was just, it's part of his CQ20 deletion.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to a lot of facial disfigurement and body disfigurement. And that's just one of the things. And when he chose not to wear it, then it's a choice you live with.
Wow.
Pretty amazing,
Oh,
right? The
oopsie-daisy.
Sony True RG.
Oh, look at the little frog. He's so cute. Yes, because I do remember the chest plate as well.
No matter what we
In the picture, I think he was in a car in that picture.
did, I tried to tell him, I was like, it's to help you in the long run. But if you choose not to wear it, it can't make you do something you don't want to do.
Yeah. My parents spent a shit ton of money on hearing aids for me because I'm deaf in my right ear. And this is back in the 80s and 90s. Like, this is expensive stuff. It was like $4,000 or $5,000 for these things, and I literally threw them in a locker and lost them. Oops. But was Katie fully on board with Sebastian coming to live with you full time?
It was something that she was being convinced to do by Chris.
So you think Chris was the driving force behind that? Do you know why?
I don't know. Animosity, pride, stupid shit.
Do you think he cared for your son? Or do you not? Well, I probably shouldn't answer that. Maybe. If you want to answer it, answer it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Julia said she is not communicating with the family, that she's just going to concentrate on searches. I believe she said she got sent from stuff from LE is what's being said.
Well, I wasn't informed of that. So tell her if she wants to pick up communication with me again, I have his shoes and I have his clothes here in a bag. I've got pillows sitting on his bed. Got his blankets. And my son. But her not reaching out after being in communication and then her just sitting there saying that she's searching and she's not telling people where to search. You can come to my house and you can search my house first. Told her that. Told her, come to my house, search my house, bring your dogs, and I got stuff for you for the smell.
Was there, I think we asked this question, was there a place that Sebastian wanted to go that he may have found a way to get there?
I have no idea.
Do you know of any type of internal cameras ever being at the house of the Proudfoots? Ring doorbell cameras,
Ooh.
anything that you've ever seen going there, dropping off?
Ooh. So this is a great question that Betty asks, because, we do know later on it's been alleged that law enforcement went in and took internal cameras. Yeah, folks, they don't keep cameras outside their home. They keep them inside. To me, that's screams control.
Anything that wasn't there the morning that you got there.
And don't you dare try to say, oh, well, that's BS because, their son went missing. They're scared. No, I don't think so. Back it up, because allegedly they had cameras in their house before Sebastian went missing. Freaking weird, man.
Never saw cameras.
What does this say? Can we ask Seth what he saw on the footage of the lights? I think he mentioned at one time that it was a garbage truck. Can he confirm that tonight?
That's what I was informed of by the law enforcement. That's all.
But you didn't see the video?
The video they showed me was of lights and showing me where the floodlights were during the day and where they were at night.
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure. Because mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth. I mean, let's just face it. Okay, you can pick anything that you've got.
Boom. I don't know. I don't know, because maybe Tony was in my ear earlier, because I don't remember every part of this interview, but I said that earlier in this live stream, right? That Katie just needs to friggin' tell the truth. That's the way. So if you guys out there that support Katie so much and think she's innocent, go ask her to tell the truth. Go ask her what happened to Sebastian. Every time somebody asks her what happened to Sebastian, she goes into her shell, right? Or she acts indignant, or Chris starts yelling at someone, or one of her people on the panel starts telling, we're going to kick her butt. I'd love to punch that person in the face just because they said, where's Sebastian? What happened to Sebastian, Katie? You were the last one with him, right? So if you guys want to know, ask her, because Seth has all of his receipts. He's passed the polygraph test and everything. Go ask her where Sebastian is and what happened to him. I mean, come on.
Your life that is a part of your daily routine, your cell phone, your purse. If it's missing, and you don't know where it is, what do?
Right.
Look for it.
Right. You've never seen Katie out. Nobody in the just to clarify this, and I'm sorry I didn't think about this, but it's just kind of reared its ugly head. Nobody in Katie and Chris's family was out there to help you search for your son, right?
No.
Nobody, not the cousins.
Well, and I'll even go a step further. If your purse is missing all of a sudden, you would think somebody took it, right? Like that would be the natural next response, is to think someone might have taken it. If something comes up missing, oh, Lord help us all.
Not the aunts, not Aunt Melissa, not Dara, not their children.
No. I mean, they could have showed up when we had the volunteers and just handed out flyers to the volunteers that were going to go hand out flyers.
So nobody from that family did shit. Excuse my language.
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for being
honest.
And
the one thing I believe that would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work.
Shoe leather.
May be unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
A little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You're not the first person that said that.
I'm telling you,
the wood chipper. No, I'm just kidding.
People, I'm barbaric. I mean,
might need to bust out the wood chipper. Sometimes if you just show somebody something, it could, spark a little bit of truth in them.
woman when it comes to the crime and punishments and stuff like that.
Remember that little kid on the Goonies whenever they were trying to get him to talk and all they did was start the blender and put his hand near it, right? Put his hand on the top and the inside of the blender and he just started squawking like a stool pigeon. You know, something like that could work.
I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
They didn't hurt him. Oh, and they gave him ice cream afterwards.
No, there's no middle of the road.
I was raised Old Testament. In the end, we all are blind, and justice is blind.
Mm-hmm. Criminal Gossiper says, "What is the whole story behind Sebastian going to live with Seth? Praying for Sebastian would be found safe."
From my point of view, he was a better child. He had more understanding here, which allowed him to relax. It allowed him to develop better.
Mm-hmm.
It allowed him to be more open for growth, for growing up. If you keep somebody, it's like having a snake in a cage, and you're feeding it the little bitty pinkies, which are, for some people that don't know, as baby mice. Mm-hmm. All right, and that's all you're feeding it. It's only going to eat and grow to the size of the cage that it's in. But if you get a bigger cage and you allow more freedom, it will get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, it's allowed to grow.
Somebody says that
he was allowed to grow.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Chris and Katie's parenting style was overly strict for your son and your son's disabilities?
Their parenting style was not mine.
You think he thrived better at your home with?
I think he did.
Yeah. Something about that. It sounds like Sebastian was working on being vegetarian. Did he eat meat?
Man, his favorite thing was Virginia baked ham and bacon.
That is true. You did say that.
I mean,
his favorite thing was Virginia brand ham and bacon. Virginia baked ham and bacon. Oh my goodness! It's all the crazy. Why would Chris and Katie lie about something so silly? Because I'm sorry, but Chris is like, oh, Sebastian doesn't really eat red meat. He loves tofu. Well, that's why Betty's thinking he might have been, somewhat of maybe, thinking about becoming a vegetarian. You know how kids are. And, I wasn't even a teenager and I did that shit to my parents, and they thought I was nuts. I'm like, I don't like meat, I just only, only like chicken I was okay with and eggs. For some reason, I don't care about eating chickens. But back when I was younger, oh my gosh, I gave my parents such a hard time. I was so picky. And maybe Sebastian was picky on some stuff, and that's just part of it. Hey, YouTuber is here. So, but I find it very odd that they were saying that he doesn't eat red meat, and they said it a couple of times. And then tofu, I do think vegetarian, right? Or maybe even vegan or whatever.
His best breakfast that he liked was sausage, gravy, and biscuits and eggs. I mean, he liked tofu too.
Mm-hmm.
But that's only when we went out to to the to the hibachi restaurants. But boy loves California roll. He liked fish. He liked the turkey. He loves salmon. He likes steak, medium rare.
He likes steak mid-rare. He likes steak mid-rare. Do you know how long it took me? I think I was 38 years old when I finally started eating steak the right way. And that's because I worked at a steakhouse and they refused to cook my steak well done. And I fought with the cooks back and forth. I don't like it, right? And we had a tasting night too in the beginning when we all first started working there, and we tried all the steaks. They were, I don't know, 50-day age steaks. I don't remember the spiel that we said, but they were top notch. It was a very expensive place, right? And I was like, I don't eat it like that. And it took me forever, right? So the fact that he eats it mid-rare, but Chris and them are trying to say he doesn't like it, because I did a couple of videos on that too, where I'm like, why would you take him to a steakhouse, right, Sebastian, to a steakhouse if he doesn't eat red meat? Because that's what they serve at a steakhouse. Now you can get chicken and other things too, salmon at the Texas Roadhouse, but still it's mainly steak. And if you're taking him for a dinner, out for a dinner, don't you let him choose the place that he wants to go? And here I'm thinking this kid likes tofu. So why don't you take him to a tofu restaurant or sushi or something, or ramen, right? I mean, it's crazy. Biscuits and gravy, biscuits and gravy. I'm telling you, Detroit, it's so weird. And, you know, I like scrambled eggs with my biscuits and gravy, right? Because I can't just do biscuits and gravy because it's so heavy. I feel like if I have like a little bit of eggs, you know, it kind of helps with the protein and not so much like cement gravy. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible. But yeah, I mean, biscuits and gravy, you got to have some eggs, right? In order to kind of get some good protein. Crazy. So yeah, it's nuts to me. Why did they lie about such stupid things, right? Why were they telling stories just to tell stories? You know, because that drives me insane too. Why are you sitting up there bullshitting us? And by the way, hate channels, they bullshitted you too. You're part of the public. You might be part of a different community over there with the shit bombs, but I'm here to tell you, they bullshitted you too. They bullshitted you too. To your face, most of them. And they probably even called you on the phone to do it or texted you. Think about that for a second before you attack Seth.
I mean, boy,
who is always, he always is, what you see is what you get. I mean, you know, you could, not everybody's going to like everybody. You could have a problem with somebody's personality or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that he's not the one that lied to you, to your face.
Like mine's still kicking and mooing myself, but you know,
It's insulting one's intelligence, and they did it to you guys. And then they came on your shows and did it. And you don't mind because you got paid for it. I get it. And whether they paid you or your subscribers or whoever paid you, you still got paid. I mean, I saw a barbecue lady dropping 50 on it.
Country, that's how we cook.
And he liked the girl at the Waffle House, that's for sure.
Does she look like Taylor Swift? I'm just asking.
I don't know. I don't watch Taylor Swift, so that's the only thing that me and my son disagreed on. He was a Swiftie, and I'm a Merle Haggard person.
Boo! No, I'm just kidding. I like Merle Haggard too, but what the hell? Not a Swiftie? Come on, Seth. Come on over. Come on over to the Swifties.
Merle Haggard, I'm sorry, just doesn't look it. I'm a chick and I'm not girl crushing, but I'm sorry, Merle and Taylor. I can kind of see why your boy's got a crush on Taylor.
Yeah, but
right? Yeah, Sebastian liked to watch the videos of Taylor, I'm sure. You know, he's a boy and she's a very beautiful young lady, right? Well, older lady than him, but you know, I mean, obviously, I have a crush on Johnny Depp, and I've had a crush on him since I was, you know, knee-high to a grasshopper. You know, I probably should have liked boys my own age, but damn, yeah, he's always been one of my favorites. So yeah, I can see that Taylor Swift crush all day, Sebastian.
I like Merle Haggard's music better than I like.
Oh yeah. I was listening to that. I was in the backwoods of South Carolina.
You just have to reverse the lyrics, Seth, because she has some really kick-ass songs. You know, just think of it, you know, as if she's talking about a girl instead of a boy. You know, the breakup songs are just awesome. So, Blue Love says people who don't like red meat don't eat it pink. Exactly. You don't know the kid. That's a good point, Blue Love. Yeah, I mean, I would like a little tiny bit of pink would be okay, right? Like I didn't want it dried out and everything, but that's what they would complain about, like at the restaurant when I was working there. Like you can't let people order it like that, always discourage ordering it, well done. And I'm like, oh gosh, but it does taste better. And especially those steaks, like I said, they were aged and all kinds of crap, so yeah, they always wanted to do it proper, but because they were expensive cuts of meat, So, oh my gosh, YouTuber is here. Seriously, like I've always had a crush on him. I always thought he was so cute. Oh my goodness. I don't remember even because like Nightmare on Elm Street, I was young when that one came out, and I always thought he was so cute too in the in his half shirt and stuff. That's so funny.
And like backwoods, and I was turning that up. Lynetta Lynn.
Loretta Lynn.
What else was I listening to? It was all old country. I shouldn't call it old country. It's the country that I was raised on, but it's much different than it is.
As soon as you call it old country, then you start to realize that you just made yourself sound ancient.
That's okay. I say I'm ancient all the time. I'm going blind, so there's that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I stopped counting at 26.
Maybe I should too. I'm just saying.
Hey, when my insurance rate for my vehicles went down at the age of 26, I stopped counting because the only other time you start counting is when you're Tony's age.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna throw Tony in the antique barn yet, but
no, that's the Antique Roadshow. Thank you.
Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats.
There you go, the classics. We're just talking about you in front of your face, Tony. Get used to it.
He's used to it. I'll hear about it.
Yeah, I'm used to it for sure.
Good. Listen, I know I have bent your ears, and my heart goes out to you, Seth. It really does. When I saw everything happening the way it did, it's been very difficult for me as a creator trying to, balance this. But morally, I do have a platform and have a responsibility as well.
This summer, Florida residents can buy a day and get a...
Ooh, Spidey. Okay, yeah, and Betty's done such a good job. Betty did such a good job on this interview. Very professional. Like I said, she looks beautiful in the interview and had some wonderful questions for Seth. And Seth opened up to Betty. And, and the thing is that at this point on May 30th, 2024, there had already been a lot of, news coverage and a lot of shows that Seth had gone on. Vinnie Politan, he talked to Nancy Grace by this point. He had really been out there getting Sebastian's name out there, getting the coverage on his case, right? Because every case deserves to have coverage like Sebastian got. But that doesn't happen unless you have the family pushing for it. I learned that in Devlin's case because it was very frustrating that his mother wouldn't reach out to the resources that I was giving her. I was very frustrated with that, right? And I was trying to be understanding and the whole 9 yards. But if you're not willing to do stuff like that, then you're not going to get the exposure that the person so well deserves, right? I don't care if somebody is using drugs and they went missing as a result. I don't care if they were drinking and something bad happened. They still deserve to be found, right? I don't care if they were in a precarious situation, a woman of the night, a gentleman of the night, whatever you want to say. That doesn't make it so that they deserve to go missing. I don't care if a girl is scantily clad walking down the street and asking for the wrong attention, like some idiots might say, a snuggle struggle. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't be found. They might have put themselves in a dangerous situation, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be found. They're hitchhiking down the road. Yeah, that's not smart. It's a very risky behavior, but they still deserve to be found. Why are we so quick to judge people, right? And that's another thing I am guilty of. But again, you guys are here to listen and talk out opinions and theories and that speculation and that sort of thing, right? Night court. But they all deserve that. If they didn't have someone, if Sebastian didn't have somebody like his father, Seth, working towards that goal, then he wouldn't have had the media attention. And for anyone to call him media hungry, whether it was said by one or a bunch of people, right? I heard that it was said by Craig before it. Now At Night's coming out saying that. I don't know that they meant it in such an awful way or anything like that, but really they should be applauding Seth's efforts. Everyone should be. Because if it wasn't for Seth, Sebastian wouldn't be so well known out here on YouTube or anywhere. Katie and Chris would have went on Duchess and then they would have been done with it. If no one was pushing for Sebastian to be found, then we would never see that, Hello, Mama. We would never see the coverage that we're seeing. It sucks that there is the drama that came along with it. Oh, I guess Craig said it, Scranton, and then At Night. Craig is Brittany J's boyfriend, husband, baby daddy, whatever. Yes, they said that. Apparently. I've not heard the exact actually I did hear it. I'm sorry, I take that back. I did hear that. So yeah, a couple people have said it. I don't care if it was 1 or 12. If it was your child, again, I'm asking everybody to put themselves in Seth's position for a second, right? Even if you're a female, it's hard because he's a man with a beard. He's got a whole ass fucking beard. But put yourself in his position. If your child is missing, what are you going to want to do? Are you going to sit on your ass? No, you're not. And if you do, then you don't care about them coming home because you're not going to get the coverage unless you beg for it. And Seth has been out there begging for it. And don't get me wrong, Sebastian is a very, I hate to say it like this, but just like a very marketable kid, right? Like he's so cute. He's adorable. We know that he's vulnerable on top of it, right? So again, with the media attention, it comes naturally to kids that are cute. I hate that. I hope that any child, even if they're not the cutest kid in the world, right? Like they deserve to have it. Again, it doesn't matter. These are all people. Think about if you went missing. Wouldn't you want somebody to look for you? If you don't even have a soul in the world to look after or care for, do you care for yourself, right? I hope you do. We all should care for ourselves. But again, if it wasn't for Seth, Sebastian wouldn't be out there. They didn't even want to talk to the media. Chris and Katie didn't. I mean, it's not a good look, Thomas. Hey, Thomas, I think I said hi to you earlier when I was playing the interview here. Katie makes herself look guilty by not doing anything to find her son. I mean, that's it. And it's not that I'm like, oh, I just don't like her. I just don't like the look of her, right? Like talking about looks. Oh, I just don't like the look at that. The look of that lady. No. I've sat here and analyzed the case, poured over it. We played the interviews. I've played their own words. I've caught them up in inconsistencies. Those are the things that I dislike. At the end of the day, I know that Sebastian loves his mom. I know that wherever he is right now, he wants to be with her and his father, right? Because Sebastian loved both of his parents. It's not about that. It has nothing to do with that. It's that if I'm being real with myself and I'm thinking to myself about what could have happened to Sebastian, and I'm getting up here and I'm sharing my opinions and speculations and theories with you guys, I wouldn't be true to what I'm finding or how my research is going or what rabbit holes I'm going down if I didn't tell you guys that every single path leads right back to Katie. Every path that makes sense logically brings me back to Katie. It doesn't matter if I have physical evidence of it or not, which I don't, obviously. I wouldn't. I'm just a YouTuber. I'm just a person up here talking about Sebastian's case. But I would be lying if I thought, yeah, I think Seth could have had something to do with it. I just think I don't like the looks of that guy, because that's what they're doing. They're doing that to Seth because they don't like the look of Seth. Sorry, Seth, but I'm just trying to make a point here, right? Oh, well, I just don't like him. Well, that doesn't matter. Where's Sebastian? What happened to him? The police are saying to this missing child's father on March 30th, he was reported missing on February 26th of that year. Fast forward to May, end of May 30th, right? And they're telling him, we don't have any evidence that Sebastian left the house. That's the communication. That's the communication that we're getting. I mean, and then the fact that she comes out and says, oh, we're searching and searching, even though we know that they're not. They're not. Sebastian is Seth's life, the real Me Too. I mean, it's plain to see that. It's plain to see that Seth's world revolved around Sebastian's world. Right? Because he was excited to see his son when he had the chance to see him. And this crazy nonsense, of course, that I'm hearing being brought up again, all of the same shit is being dredged up just because Seth decided to come out and speak publicly on his YouTube channel. He wasn't dating anybody actively when Sebastian went missing or otherwise. According to him, he said he waited like 7 years to start dating somebody else, or 6 years maybe. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm not sure which one, but that's quite a long time to, dedicate to your son and his life and what he needs. It's difficult enough when you're raising a child, right, and you're going through a divorce. Seth was smart not to add crap to the mix. No offense to, people who, because I was guilty of it too. There were times where I really didn't probably need to be dating anybody at that time, right? But he was smart about it. And for them to bring this up when his son is missing and be like, oh, he's just like stupid ass beats him. Oh, well, he's used this to get women. Well, don't be jealous. Don't be jealous, beat him, for one, and no, he hasn't. And this is the thing, is these people don't even know him. It drives me insane. The stupidity, the lies, the stories, the rumors they're making up. You want to talk about the rumor mill, Eric Craddock? Maybe talk about some of those assholes next time. Because they're the ones that they're perpetuating these stupid rumors. And you won't even clear Seth. I think you just like having the control over the situation. I know. And nobody does that, Detroit. And nobody says, you're not going to talk to my wife without me present. Nobody says that besides a controlling asshole, for one. So either, he's wholly abusive, or he's trying to make it so nobody talks to Katie because he knows that she can't handle that shit on her own. And she's going to start, she's going to spill the beans. Excuse me. She is going to spill the beans. I remember when we had our panel guest up here, and she said that she was at the courthouse, and that she asked, or that Katie said, I like your green shirt, to her. And she said, "Thank you. Where is Sebastian?" And Katie turned bright ass red, and Chris came a running. Right? And all she said was, "Where's Sebastian?" That's why they don't mind hanging out over there with those people that can't, stay sober, even to do a freaking podcast. Unbelievable. Yeah, Rosebud. And let's not forget the folks that are stating these unfortunate statements regarding the case are the same ones that made money off of it. So what does that say about them? I mean, I know. And see, that's why in the beginning of the live, I always get in a better mood when I'm talking to you guys because you guys are awesome. But, it's kind of like, it's disparaging even to see, again, channels that I used to watch before I knew what Krama was, because I only would watch true crime channels that would like professionally follow cases and present them in a positive way. And I watch some of them nowadays, and when I see them cover Sebastian, they either don't do their research or they're a part of the hate channels, right? And they I find out now that I see who they are, right? It sucks too, because it's even like I can't even watch Derek Levasseur anymore. I can't do it. They lose their fucking mind when it comes to Sebastian's case. You lost your effing mind, your ever-loving mind. And if I thought for 1 second that you would do the right thing, I would send you the whole flashlight video so you can see what you did. And I would let you know that. I'd send it straight to you in an email. But the truth of the matter is you don't give a fuck. You're on Big Brother. You're doing this. You're doing that. Yeah, I see it, Rosebud. And it kills me because I always thought that people in the true crime community had good intentions. They really cared. But they don't. A lot of them do. But I'll say a lot of them don't. And it sucks because I feel like more of them don't than do. And I don't like to feel that way because I'm usually a cup is half full kind of gal. But they make it tough. They really do. Because it's disappointing when you see it from someone that isn't Krama, but then you find out they are Krama. Or they're just as bad as they are. They just put on a good show. KJ Max says, Thomas, yes, she's screaming from the rooftops in private. As he said, what a buffoon. Exactly. She was saying that. Yeah, in private. We're privately doing these things, and you guys don't know. We don't need a pat on the back. What did they say? Or ass pats or whatever for doing this. Nobody's saying that. The thing is that Seth comes out here and actually talks to us, and we ask him about things like the search. Now, 2.5 years later, where is he supposed to go exactly? I mean, if there's a new lead, he's going to go. He always has done that. But I'm saying, what is he supposed to do? And the thing is that Chris Proudfoot, when he gave a theory, he told a retired officer, Kentucky police officer, and his wife that he thinks that Sebastian's going to come home and need extensive therapy from wherever he's been, or he's out there in the woods. He's out there in the woods and he's not with us anymore. But he didn't say it nicely. Katie, she says, oh, he could have been trafficked. He checked the dark web and he could be in a basement. I mean, this is what these people are saying. That's what they've said as their theories. That's the only theories they've ever shared. And it was both times where they thought they weren't being recorded. Let that sink in for a minute. Oh, hey, Tori. Tori says, I've been by their house several times and I have never heard her screaming from the rooftop. Right? And then people were saying that too in the chat, that they were like putting food out for putting food in the woods. I never heard that. I heard that they left him snacks in a blanket. But I thought he had the garage code. So Why would they do that if he could just come in through the door and use the code and then call? I mean, I guess I don't have a landline. I haven't had one in a long ass time. So I don't know how he would get a hold of anybody unless they have a landline. So exactly what happened, Katie. Janet, that's it. I mean, come on, you know? Aw. Thank you. Thank you so much, Janet. Oh, our children, our grandparents, all blessings, praying for Sebastian to be found. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, it's really, really sad too that people don't see the value in what is going on when it comes to Sebastian's law. I can't stand to see someone being criticized for positive effort, right? Like there's so many things that Seth could be doing right now that he's not. He could have fallen victim to alcoholism or drug abuse or a whole slew of things, right? He could be self-medicating with all of that, or women or whatever, but he's not. He's fucking hyper focused on his son like he always has been. Like he always has been. But people will still try to make up bullshit lies. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, she'd rather take a person to court. Well, and let's go even a step further. She would rather have Chris Proudfoot, Katie, that is, because Katie, don't think for 1 second that you're off the hook for that because you didn't show up to that fucking court date. Don't think for 1 second that I don't think that you had everything to do with pulling the strings and wanting Texana and your mother-in-law and your husband to go after Seth in court. Don't think for a second that everyone isn't side-eyeing you for that. Don't think for a second, because everybody knows. So you're taking Betty to court for spreading awareness about your son. And that's the thing. Thomas, they have no self-awareness. They don't get it because they have so many people going, good job, Katie. We love you. Oh, you're doing so good. Oh, I feel so bad for you. No, don't feel bad for her. They sued Texana and Mama Socks, Cruella DeVille, and Stinky Stepfoot sued Seth for having a vigil for Sebastian. And, in my opinion, he was trying to get his grubby little paws on the GoFundMe money. Right? Let's just think about it for a second. Thank God he didn't win. Thank God. Those people are the most vile humans. If I sit here and think about it long enough, all of the shit they've pulled, it's enough to make you sick. Detroit. Chris. He can't even take the time to put his teeth in. He can't be bothered. It's like Janie, Junkyard Janie. Can't be bothered to put a bra on. She's going on the national news. Everybody in the world's about to see her on TV, and she can't be bothered to put a bra on. Tori says Katie isn't screaming from the rooftop. She didn't even have her windows rolled down. Oh, snap. While driving around looking for Sebastian. So she says the morning he was reported missing. Yeah, and I'm here to tell I'm so glad you brought that up, Tori. Thank you. So Seth, and this has been known for a long time, because again, these hate channels, they'll watch Seth and they're too busy picking him apart to listen to what he's saying. But for the longest time, we've heard that Seth went to the school and spoke with the teachers, right? He spoke with the school resource officer. But, somehow, just because Seth is sharing more of his experience, right? And it doesn't look good for Katie, which, by the way, guys, we've already seen the picture of her doing that. Oh, I want to see it. I want to see the one where she does it over at the school. Okay. First of all, you could shit in one hand and wish in the other, see which one fills up faster. Or you can just see the one where she's doing it in the neighborhood. You heard her on Chronicles of Olivia. We played it last night. I drove up to school, drove around the neighborhood, drove up to the school. He was already in. Yeah. Okay, Katie. It's ridiculous. So yeah, that's enough proof that I need, but we already know that. They're like, oh, he didn't really speak with the principal. The principal didn't really say that. Well, you know what? He spoke to all of those people, and that's been out for a very, very long time. I think the bigger issue here is that we have a mother who has used how much resources, how much time, energy, effort, who has turned her missing child's case into a damn circus. Hey, Deborah Dixon, into a damn shit show with her husband. Yet she's rolled up with the windows. She knows where Sebastian is. She knows what happened. She got the windows rolled up. She ain't looking for him for real. I love you, Beba. Katie, yep, I know. She never said I love you. I love you back though, Janet. She didn't. It's unbelievable. And these disparaging channels, that the only reason they want to see Seth on YouTube is so that they have content. I mean, it's sick, Rosebud. They don't care about the case. I mean, this is what I just said earlier today, too. I don't even know if I said that on the show, but I know I was saying it earlier in a private conversation. I mean, I just don't understand why they can't put their thinking caps on, or even their compassion or empathy cap. That would help too. They don't care about this case, and what are they doing to help find Sebastian? Well, and that's the thing. I don't think that they're interested in that. And sometimes I wonder if they don't care that these missing kids are found because they do want content, right? They know that their audience is interested in it and they want content, It just kind of seems that way. I hate to think of it that way, but you don't see anybody raising their hand to help. I mean, really help, right? Because I get it. I know people work. I know they have their own families and things like that. But, it doesn't take a whole lot to just give a little bit of your time, right? Give a little bit of energy. Send an email off. Repost a flyer. Share it out, So he did have the code. I bet they changed it. I think they changed it too. And the real me too, the reason why is because the neighbor was telling Sweetie Pilo that the day that Sebastian went missing, that the Friday before Sebastian went missing, he got off the bus about 3:30, went to the front door, punched the code in, got in perfectly fine. Then Saturday, Katie and Sebastian went to Costco, went on that trip, right, to Costco on Saturday. And they went in through the garage, right? Or they came out through the garage, right? Drove away. But then when they got back home, Sebastian got out and he went to the front door and his code wouldn't work. And so he skipped back down and went in through the garage. And then Sunday, of course, he didn't get out of the vehicle, right? When they came back from the Texas Roadhouse, she went straight away into the garage. But his chore was to take the trash can to the end of the driveway. So if I'm a mom, or maybe even if I'm Sebastian and I have a chore to do, I might do it right when I get home, right? So I don't forget. So neither one of us forgets, right? I would say, hey, bud, go ahead and take the can to the end of the driveway, right? And especially if he always liked to get out of the car because he didn't like going in through the garage in the car, right? But he would typically get out of the car and go to the front door. But that didn't happen on Sunday. So when something is out of the ordinary, or there's a change in a typical pattern or routine, that's always a big red flag. Always. It's stupid actions, and I hate channels encourage it. They do. They do. Well, they're super heartless. She freaking left the house and didn't care enough to stay just in case he came home. Yeah. And that's the only thing they asked her to do, as Tony said earlier. Just stay home, right? Just stay put until Sebastian comes back. See if he comes back. But, most of the time, law enforcement doesn't even have to tell a family member that, right? I mean, some of us are going to want to go out looking ourselves, but they, and usually they will remind you of that. They'll be like, hey, if you stay here just in case they come back. Oh yeah. Okay. Right. Everybody's going to react differently in a situation like this. If you when you have a missing child and you truly don't know what happened. So, I was at the vigil. Seth wasn't never anywhere next to Texana. And how is Chris Proudfoot a witness the real Me Too? And thank you for that. Yeah, how is for the clarification? And how is he a witness if he wasn't even there? How is Kathy Bowersox a witness if he wasn't even there? Shit, if I was the judge, it might be unethical, but I might have said to them, why weren't you at the vigil for your grandchild, your stepson? Why do you have this father of a missing child in court with you? Like, what is your problem? And didn't the kid go missing on your watch? Oh man, I'd probably get kicked off the bench. That's why I'm not a judge. Among other reasons. Crazy. And she was on video not looking for Sebastian. Yes, she was, Tori, in several different places, right? Because now we know that part. And that's what really ticks off the hate channels, right? They're just upsetting to them, right? Because, I mean, hey, when you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose. When you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose. And so as time goes by and Seth's not getting any answers and things just are stagnant, I mean, what could it hurt to tell people more about the case to help us understand better? Because, keeping things close to the vest only goes so far. Now, there's certain things that only somebody who has involvement would know that could help, right? And those are things that shouldn't be shared. But as time goes by, why not? Just like the Texas Roadhouse video being released. When are we finally going to get to see the trash can video that Katie swears up and down Sebastian took the trash out? I want to see it. Those neighbors are so good at sharing footage with everybody. Why don't you share it out? Put it on your own Facebook. Give it to a YouTuber. You guys are good at that too. The Real Me Too says, Lady Freedom Olivia is a friend of mine and is going to be coming out with how she really thinks of Katie and Chris and what she thought. Really? Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for that either. She's so beautiful. She reminds me of my daughter a lot. And I love her content. She does such a good job. I would love to hear her thoughts. I would really, really love to hear, because I think she actually got to see Sebastian's house, like the inside of Sebastian's house. Wow. plenty of stories for content. Do something on the 7-year-old that died weighing 255 pounds. Thomas, I did hear about that little guy, and I felt so bad for him. That was so sad. And his little sister got saved out of the house. I did share it. So, because I saw it on Smiley's, and I remember I went and liked it, and then I went and looked at the video and stuff like that, the interview, and I was like, oh, I need to post this too. Poor little guy. They said that they couldn't even get inside there, and apparently the veterinarian was called because the dog was sick. Well, when you're living in filth like that, of course, everybody's going to be sick. Yeah, I mean, the real Me Too, this is how it appears, doesn't it? And that's a big topic that we've been working on in the war room, is that topic right there. That the fact of the matter is that Chris and Katie wanted Sebastian gone. Whether Chris talked Katie into it, which I really do believe that, and I might kick myself in the ass later for saying that and underestimating that bish. But, I mean, I believe the neighbors that were saying that they heard Chris giving Katie ultimatums. And I think Katie is just like that little girl, James Hutchinson's mama. She reminds me of Brittany Gosney all day long. And I mean, they are like, oh man, it's uncanny. And Brittany is probably like how Katie would have been like 10 or 15 years ago, right? Maybe just like that, like where she didn't have any money, stuff like that, right? And then she also went to the police station to report, and Katie, obviously had Chris do it for her. But her boyfriend also told her to get rid of her kids. And she thought about it and said, he said, you could stay, but you need to get rid of your kids, right? So she thought about it and she said, I'll get rid of my kids. And I think it was James that he wanted rid of because the other two survived it. Either that or just by the grace of God, they survived it. But, that guy looked like a freaking Chester Cheetah, probably just wanted the girls in the house, a nasty fuck. In my opinion, that's why I love Seth coming out and speaking. Me too, Detroit. It renews a motivation as well. And plus, I like him to tell us what we need to do. How can we help? And any of you that are squandering the opportunity to, you guys suck. You suck at life. Keeping Sebastian out there and letting them all know he doesn't give a flying F what they think. That's right. That's right, Detroit. That's right. It's eating them alive. I hope they choke. Yep. Well, like I said, we never know when Mr. Crispy might come out and start saying, don't talk about my mama, don't talk about my wife and her windows being rolled up. I hope he does. But, he's behaving himself now because apparently, allegedly, his little girl's there. Seth says Katie didn't even show up for the assembly held at the school to speak with the facility and the children, and I did. No one was realizing how Sebastian disappearing could affect them all. Right. Well, and I saw it at the Pig Fest with the kids that were there, the young people. And it does affect them, Seth. It does. It's sad because these kids must be thinking, shit, if I go missing, is anybody going to look for me? Is the same thing going to happen to me? They haven't found him. And there's so many kids, Seth, too. And people have told me, even behind the scenes, that their kids ask about Sebastian. Right? Because other little kids are worried about him. They're worried about other little kids in general. And that's how it should be. Even in the news, I remember in the news when they were interviewing people in the community, they were all saying that their kids were like, Mama, has he been found? All the kids were wearing green for Sebastian. How the heck does 7-year-old to 255 pounds anyway? I know. It's because of neglect and abuse, Thomas. It is. Seth, I remember what Mother would miss something like that. I mean, and you know, what mother would miss a vigil where their son's being recognized? You know, that broke my heart. I couldn't believe that they didn't come back for the vigil that day. And Seth looked so proud. I'll never forget the way I felt seeing that. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are the same way. You know, and how does Katie remain so cold? I guess it might be self-preservation. Some of it, right? She doesn't want to acknowledge what a real bitch move that was. Yeah, took the bin out in the pitch black dark. Little Miss Sharon, I think that is such a good point. Oh man, and we're talking about that too, right? Like with the fact that the house isn't even lit up, and you know, it seems deliberate, doesn't it? Like somebody deliberately left the lights off and did it in the dark on purpose. Because who would do that, right? You want to be able to see. You want to be able to see what you're doing, especially if it's extremely dark. You know, and you mean to tell me that Sebastian didn't even at least take the keychain flashlight out there with him to use? Oh wait, I forgot that didn't the keychain flashlight was broken. I forgot. My bad. Hey, Crazy Buck. Yeah. What was she afraid of? That's her son. Yeah. I don't understand that either. It's because she doesn't want to talk to people because she knows people are side-eyeing her because she's guilty, so she'd rather not deal with anybody. I mean, I really believe that. And also she doesn't want to slip up, and also she doesn't want Chris sitting there breathing down her neck because heaven forbid anybody tries to talk to her without him around. That's another thing I'd like to know. If it has no evidentiary value, then why not tell the public what was the encounter with the green hoodie? Yeah, I wonder that too, Rosebud. I wonder that too. Funny how that's the only person that was cleared. You know, the only person that was cleared in the whole case. Nobody else has been cleared. A person of interest has never been named, and nobody's been cleared. Only they said the family's been so cooperative. Okay. How do you mean? Did you question everybody or what? So, the Real B2 says exactly, Lady Freedom. They were invited to all the vigils with the promise of no drama would happen, and they still chose to be a no-show for every single one. An innocent mom would show up for their child. Yeah, I would. I just would. I know I would. It's not fun to have to encounter your ex, but it's something that you're kind of used to as you're divorced, right? You're like, oh, I got to be around this person from time to time. Like if there's a band recital or something, like my daughter was in band. So, you know, if she had ensemble or something like that, I would, you know, you don't have to sit next to the person. You go there, but you're probably going to encounter them, especially if they're a psycho like my ex-husband. He'd always make sure I encountered him. But that's besides the point. You know, the point is that you're going to have to grin and bear it. You're going to have to go, even if you don't want to, even if you don't like to, because it's for your kid. You do it. You just friggin' do it. You know? I'm sorry, Seth. I think Katie was caught in the middle. Yes, Little Miss Sharon, I shared it. I believe I shared it. I hope I shared it. I did see Hindsight's latest video. Yeah. Yeah, I did. And I did share it, I believe. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's just sick. It is just sick, sick, sick. Again, Brittany Gosney comes to mind. Because I do think that she loved her children. I just think that she loved her dirtbag more. I mean, Crazy Buck. You just do it, right? You just do it because you know that that's in the best interest of them. And you realize that your dislike or issues or whatever you may have with the other person, it's not their fault. You're the one that chose them, you know? And I like to remind Katie of that too. You want to sit out here. She reminds me of Brittany, what is her, not Brittany, Gypsy Rose, you know, going from husband to husband and disparaging her old husband just because, right? It's like, you don't have to do that though. I mean, it's abusive, in my opinion. Aloha, JH, good to see you. Well, thank you so much for watching, and thank you for coming in to say hi. Lady Freedom, those parents of that 7-year-old would take care of the dog better. They called the vet. I believe it. I believe it, Thomas. And you know what? That's what sucks. That's another reason I couldn't be a judge, because I give people too much of the benefit of the doubt. I really do. You know, because I don't want to believe that they could do something so horrible, but they do. But that's the proof right there in the pudding, right? Is that they called the veterinarian. They didn't, you know, before they decided to seek medical attention for the 7-year-old, the little boy. And he's so cute. Oh my gosh, bro, it's heartbreaking. Yes. Oh yeah. Everywhere I go, I do too with the purse. So yeah. It's a satchel. It's a satchel. But I love it. Always thinking about Sebastian Summerwell's Lily Jack. So sad and heartbreaking. I know. I can't believe they still haven't arrested anybody in Lily and Jack's case either. I've seen the RCMP at work, and a lot of they do a pretty good job. Aw, the real Me Too. That's so sweet. Yeah, my daughter does too. Well, I know that she knows that I would text her right away if anything ever happened where we found, you know, what in the event and when we find Sebastian. She knows I would text her, you know, and let her know. I mean, Crazy Buck. It's just what you would do for your kids because you want them to be happy, right? I mean, you catch a bullet for them. You don't, you know. Yeah, that's why I can't relate to Katie. And that's the honest to God's truth. It's not about me not liking her. There may be a lot of things that her and I would have in common or see eye to eye on in other circumstances. But when I see her not trying, not doing anything, not fighting for her son, and then I see the people that she's enlisted to help her go and attack Seth when he does go public. It's because a lot of it too, in my opinion, it's because they look so horrible that they're not doing any of this. That's why they think that if they bully Seth enough that he's going to stop. But I'm here to tell you, nobody's going to stop. We're not like you. You don't go, oh my gosh, I can't live here because people know my address. I also heard some stupid shit this today too. Well, they saw the interior of her home and saw the floor map of her home. She should be scared. Are you kidding me? So that means that everybody who's ever listed their home on Zillow, just because somebody can see the layout of their home, they're in danger? Fuck off with that shit. Really, because that's so tired. And that doesn't make a damn bit of sense. So you're telling me that if you were selling your house, you would never want anybody to come in and look at your house and see what it looks like before they buy it? What a crock of shit. Seth says, crazy, I don't care or even think about them, really. Sebastian is the only thing on my mind. Don't worry about them, Seth. We'll take care of them for you. Tori says, ask Katie how dark it was that night. She told it on an interview it was especially dark that night, so I assume she was outside that night. Oh. Yes, she did. Well, and I teased her about it too, because I was like, oh, well, it's always dark at night. What do you mean, especially dark at night? But when you say it like that, that puts it into a different perspective altogether. Yeah. Well, and it helps, Katie, when you put your lights, when you turn the lights on, when you have the exterior lights on, they tend to illuminate the house, a little bit. So it wouldn't be especially dark unless you shut the lights off and didn't, go over there and flip them on before you went outside or whatever. Seth, I mean, makes sense. I would have died in place of my son. Aw, no, I know, Detroit. See what I mean, though? Like, that's another thing. When you hear other people's stories who've lost children, I mean, you just... It's not normal, guys. They're trying to normalize it and minimize this odd behavior. It'll never happen. Not for me. Not knowing this, not seeing this, not... Nope. No way. No way, never. They missed out on a very emotional and beautiful vigil. Seth held at the church. It was powerful, and there was not a dry eye in there. Aw, the real me too. I wish I could have been there for more, because I'll tell you another thing that I felt very empowered by and very proud of, and I always will, is the gathering of voices for Sebastian. That'll always be a huge win for me, in my opinion, even though the police acted out of character. Oh, I know. They still are doing it, Seth. It's disgusting. Instead, they made fun of my prayer to God to send his angel to protect Sebastian. It's just so stupid. They wouldn't know what they're talking about if it hit him in the face. So dark you could not tell it was Sebastian taking out the bin or taking the bin out, excuse me. Yeah. Seth and Sebastian go out in the dark. I don't think he would. I mean, Miss Sharon, if we're made to think that he brought a flashlight with him, then man, see, that just, again, it makes no damn, it just doesn't make any sense. Well, and those people lack respect, Crazy Bird, or common sense, in my opinion. Right? It's possible. It's possible, Miss Sharon, quote, it was his chore, unquote. Oh, man. I just think it would have been easier for him to get out, hop out of the car and take the bin right then, Yeah, I don't know. The green hoodie thing is a bunch of crock of crap is what it is. Aw, thank you, JH, for your prayers. I'm praying with you, JH. My prayers to you, Seth and Sebastian from Hawaii. That's so sweet. Thank you, JH. Seth, I missed your live, but I will rewatch it. It's on my list. I've been really busy helping my autistic friend Tina. Aw, will you tell Tina we said hi to Thomas? Yeah, and it's a good live. It was a very good live, and Seth and Betty did a good job. That's what makes me sick too, is that they didn't do anything. They don't have anything to bitch about, but yet they're still bitching. I mean, Sebastian, I would be fishing in the dark all the time, of course. I had lamps and normally would have a fire going. Yeah, but you were out there with them, It's different when you're out there with somebody than by yourself. Especially your dad. I mean, I always felt protected by my dad. We at least turn on the porch light. I mean, the thing is they have that nice porch light. They have the lights above the garage. My boys are 24 and 30, and they will always be my babies. Aw, Crazy Buck. I know. Hey, there's times where I just catch me calling my daughter kiddo still, and she's a grown-ass woman too. And I'm like, I need to stop doing that. But I can't help it, because she is. I mean, I just remember her and her little curls and her little self, I can't believe she's grown sometimes. Seth says, that's cool, Thomas. No one is required to watch, but it's appreciated. There might be some information that you didn't know that you might that you might want to help with. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you put out a lot of good information, Seth, and I'm so proud of you for that. So for Sebastian's Law, for working so hard on that and doing that. I mean, some people wouldn't even have the mental capacity to handle doing what you're doing, or the mental capacity to, excuse me, the emotional capacity, right? Um, or even the care to help other people. I mean, because you're looking for your own child, you know. I mean, so the fact that you're doing that and trying to help others is amazing. My grandson told me today that if you're taken by a stranger, keeps spitting on the ground wherever you leave your DNA. Oh my goodness, this is a 10-year-old. Tell me all this crap isn't affecting kids. It's scary, Rosebud. The poor dears. I mean, my gosh. That is so smart. That is so smart. Oh my gosh, you know? But why do they have to worry about stuff like that, you know? That breaks my heart and makes me proud in the same way, you know? Um, and again, I know with Katie, it's a little different. But you know, trafficking is a really big deal. It happens all the time, and it happens to boys, it happens to girls, it happens to all of these kids are targets, and it's scary as hell. And then you know you got this stuff going on in the schools and the churches and you know sports, and it's unbelievable. The neighbor next door could be a weirdo, you know. It's just in my opinion, and let's not forget CPS, DCS, DCFS, DCYS, you know, whatever the hell you all call it in each state. In my opinion, they hate the fact that Seth is a better person. Boom, the real me too. Pin that comment. Pin that comment. Oh man. Yep. They do. And I it comes through a lot. Yeah. A better parent or a person and how much Sebastian loves him. Well, and we know that he was trying to they were trying to get Sebastian out of the house. And if we're being honest with ourselves and the situation and everything, Sebastian was well smart enough to know what was going on. He was absolutely smart enough to know what was going on and be aware of what was going on. And hell, who knows? Maybe Mr. Stepfoot like to have told him all the time, well, we're going to send you away. You know, we don't know what was being told to him, you know, but even if it wasn't, you know, so blunt and just spelled out for him and him being told that, or him, you know, them using it as leverage or whatever. In my opinions, I think Sebastian knew. I think he knew that, and I think that, you know, that could have been causing some of his stress and worry, let alone not understanding why your mom doesn't love you like she should be, right? Or wondering why she's being mean to you because Mr. Chris is telling her to be. You know, I don't think Katie was always this cold like that. With Sebastian, I see a lot of pictures. I've seen a lot of pictures out there where Katie looks like a very loving, caring mother, a proud mother. And when I look at those pictures, I could never imagine her sending Sebastian away. I just can't, because you can just see it. Now she looks like a dead, lifeless, soulless creature, in my opinion. It's night and day. Katie used to have this glow and light in her eyes. She doesn't have that anymore. And she's been like that since day one. Don't tell me it's because, oh, this and that and the other. No, it's because she definitely knows what happened, and she knows where her son is. And she knows that everybody knows it. And that's it's wearing on her, right? She can't just go live her best life because people won't let her. And thank God for people that won't let her. You know? because nobody should be able to take a child and put them somewhere or do something to them and just go on with their life as usual. There's consequences. Justice must be served. Newsflash, KP and CP, no one gives 2 cents about you. We only want to know where Sebastian is. Oh, well, and that's it. That's it. That's it. Chris thinks that we like hearing from him. You know? Oh, I'm so sorry, Crazy Buck. Yeah, I know. Well, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same for me too, though, because it's like, you know, I say my daughter's the love of my life because she is. I just love her so much. And I mean, it's just, I guess that's why I can't relate. Because my daughter is my world. And no matter who comes and goes in my life, it's always going to be about her. Detroit, of course, fire keeps bugs away. The lights keep attracting them, right? Yeah, exactly. When Sebastian is found, then and only then will I care where they are and what they're doing, because I'll be looking for the walk of shame, the perp walk, in the bracelets, right? In the bracelets. Oh, we do have no-see-ums here. Oh my gosh, I can't go out at, what is it? Dusk, right? Yeah, because they're out then. Well, it is disgusting, especially at this juncture, you know? Well, good. We need to. I think that is such a great idea. I think we should do it. You know, I'm down the real me too. I am down for it. Because I think that we definitely made a difference in that. Let me hide this. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So we will do more gathering of voices, Lady Freedom. We have to keep the pressure on. I know for a fact how uncomfortable it was for Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I think you are absolutely spot on. And again, I was so proud of everybody and how everybody handled themselves and how we got the message across. And I think, in my opinion, that, you know, if Sebastian saw that he was happy and proud and knew that we had his back, right? And that was the whole point of it, in my opinion, right? Like, is to make sure that Sebastian knows that we're never going to stop looking for him. And then also, not as important, but maybe arguably, because we need them to start getting their asses in gear, letting Sumner County Sheriff's Office know that we're not giving up, and nobody should. Yeah. They were so mad that they like to have pointed and did their little crap, you know? So I don't know how anyone could hurt a precious child either. You know? Oh, okay. Javiah Harris is a 4-year-old autistic, nonverbal, beautiful little girl. Went missing last night around 8:30 from Aiken, South Carolina. Please share. I will. I know that I'm not going to spell that name right later. Let me go ahead and put that name into Google. And I hope I said it right. Javiah. Aw. Golly, a 4-year-old? Does she like to... Now, I know, but some children do wander off and stuff. Does she like to wander off, or does she have questionable caregivers? Because... And what time was it that she went missing? 8:30? Was it 8:30 p.m. or a.m., the real Me Too? Okay. And oh, there we go. Harris. Sorry, that should have been an easy one. Harris. I could spell Harris and then South Carolina. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's get a picture of her. If we can. Oh, okay. Maybe this is a different one. I thought it was maybe a page that they started. Aiken. Oh, there we go. Maybe I might spell Aiken correctly. Okay, here it is. Here's another one. Here's the right Facebook one. All right. Oh, here. Let me go ahead and share this really quick. Thanks to Real Me Too. I appreciate that because I do like to make sure that we share out these little kiddos. Man, 8 p.m. Thank you. All right. Well, that's weird. 8:30 p.m. She should have been in bed with being 4 years old. She should have been safe in bed. What the heck? Oh, hold on. Sorry.
This Wednesday morning, as we continue to cover the search for a missing little girl in Aiken County. I want to go ahead and show you her photograph right now. And this is, as we've just learned from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, Javari
look at her.
Javara Harris. This is her. She is just 4 years old and missing since 8:30 on Tuesday evening. She was last seen wearing Minnie Mouse pajamas and Crocs. She is 3 foot 6 inches tall, weighs 40 pounds. She is possibly unable to communicate, autistic, non-verbal there. This is her picture. We cannot show it to you enough. We want to go live to the scene there where our Sydney Hood is standing by. And Sydney, you have been there at that scene for about a little over an hour now. Can you tell us what it's been like since you got there, and certainly what it is like there now?
Well, in the hour that I've been out here, Brett, it has been nonstop movement with people coming in and out of this church parking lot. We are standing at the parking lot of Bethel Church off of Pipeline Road, and you can see right here behind me, I'm going to step out of the way, you can see multiple agencies from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, Aiken Department of Public Safety, SLED is out here, as well as various other volunteer agencies from GVW to Beach Island, all coming out here to put boots on the ground in hopes of finding this 4-year-old girl who we have just learned the name is Javia Harris. Again, she is 4 years old, and I'm told by the Aiken County Sheriff's Office that she's about 3 feet tall, 3 feet 6 inches, and weighs about 40 pounds. She was last seen wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, had pink braids in her hair, and was wearing Crocs as well. But talking about the scene out here at the church parking lot, this is the station area for all of these agencies coming together to search for Javia, and it has been non-stop out here. Like I said, people coming in and going out, and I mentioned the boots on the ground searching for her. We've also got some eyes up in the sky. I'm listening to drones from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office in the sky right now. I counted about 2 drones so far, and we have helicopters from SLED that are currently flying over this area. But where we're at right now in the church parking lot, again, this is Bethel Church off of Pipeline Road. We're about a half mile from where Javia was reported missing. We went there first, and that's when deputies directed us over here to this area, but they have got a large presence over in that area off of Hillsborough Street as well, searching for her, hoping to find her. When we were driving over here, like I said, in the half-mile stretch, we saw people walking alongside the road, and the Aiken County Sheriff's Office actually just told me within the last 10 minutes that they are going back, going door to door, asking people if they've seen her, if they knew anything. They are in the woods searching as well. I'm actually looking at people in the woods right now with their flashlights. I'm looking at what appears to be another drone up in the sky as well. So a very active search going on out here. Like I said, it has been nonstop since we got out here at 11 o'clock, and it doesn't look like they are slowing down anytime soon, Brett.
Better not until they find her.
Is it there live behind?
And then, also it's kind of odd that she was wearing Crocs at 8:30 at night. Why was she wearing shoes? Why does it always come down to the shoes? And also, speaking of sled, I don't know if you guys heard about some foreign DNA being found under Miss Murdaugh's fingernails. That has kind of been a topic that I clicked on a video today in the Murdaugh case. Very interesting to hear that new development. Don't know what to think of it just yet. But yeah, oh my gosh.
Can you kind of describe some of the agencies that you are seeing that have pulled up? Multiple agencies. You certainly said SLED there with the helicopter assisting. Can you talk about some of the other agencies there on the ground with you?
Yeah, we've got a group behind me. I'm going to step out of the way again. This is the spot that they put us in. This is as close as we can get. But you've got, like I said, the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, Aiken Department of Public Safety, volunteer agencies from Beach Island, VW, Moneta is out here as well. SLED, like I said. But you've got a group of some officers standing over here right now, meeting, just trying to put together a game plan on how to strategically send out these crews, where to surge, how many to send out at one time as well. But like I said, it has been a constant in and out since we got out here, these crews coming together to search for 4-year-old Javia. And like I said, they are working hard on the ground, they are working hard in the sky, searching this area that we're in right now, as well as the area where she was reported missing as well. But like I said, Aiken County Sheriff's Office says they have all hands on deck out here. They're even calling in crews who are scheduled to be off right now, but they are trying to get all the manpower, as much manpower as they can, because this is a very active and urgent search right now for 4-year-old Javia Harris. And if we want to show her picture again, Brett, I don't know if we can pull that up again. We can't show it to we can't show it enough times to get her picture out there, get her face out there to folks to see what she looks like, get that picture in your head. So if you do see her, you can call 911 and alert these deputies out here as well. But I'm going to read her description that we've got from the sheriff's office again as well. They say that she's about 3 feet 6 inches tall, weighs about 40 pounds. She was last seen wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, Crocs, and had pink braids in her hair. And if you do see her, be sure to call 911 so we can ensure that she is back home safely with her family, because ultimately that is the end goal for everyone that is out here right now. That is why you see this crowd of agencies behind me all coming out here and urgently searching for her.
City Hood standing by live with us. Stay with us, Sid. I want to go back. The picture is up. This is Javea Kamanu Harris. Javea Harris. She is just 4 years old. Now, we have learned from...
I mean, I don't understand if the news doesn't fully understand the situation, or because a parent of a child on the spectrum would know whether the child is nonverbal or not. It's not a thing that she may or may not be. And again, maybe I just have a bit of PTSD from what Katie did in the beginning of Sebastian's case. But, I mean, can she talk or not? Can she without having a device to assist her, is what I'm asking.
Deputies there, the spokesperson for the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, that she was last seen around 8:30 last night. A 911 call some 12 minutes after that to 911. That is when this search began. It began Have they given you any indication so far as to what goes next? Obviously, they've gotten the helicopter there. That was a big asset they were waiting on. They've been searching with drones, and in these drones and below the helicopter, they have a FLIR camera that is forward-looking infrared. It searches for heat signatures at night. We're going to bring in Emily Acton in just a minute, who's done some research on how the FLIR works and the ground temperature and the science and the weather of this search. But I want to ask you, has the Sheriff's Office there any indication as to will this search expand from that area? You're certainly talking about you're a little bit away from that neighborhood where she was last seen. Have they given you any indication that this might broaden to become a wider search?
I haven't heard that from the sheriff's office yet, Brett. They are really primarily focusing on this area that we're in right now, as well as the area where she was reported missing. Major Griffin with the sheriff's office told me that they are going back to door knocking, trying to ask neighbors if they knew anything, if they saw anything, if they heard anything, just trying to get as much information from those neighbors as well. They are also in the wooded areas around here as well. Just to kind of give you a description of this area that we're in right now. Again, where I'm at, this is the parking lot of Bethel Church, and there are some houses peppered here and there, but it is wooded for the most part here. And in the hour that I've been out here, I have seen people going into the woods with their flashlights. People were walking alongside Pipeline Road, which is the road in front of me right now, beside the church, walking alongside the road in the dark, trying to look for her with the flashlights. But for right now, this area that we're in right now, this half-mile radius that I keep referring back to, that is their primary focus right now. That, of course, that could change as the morning goes on. We're still in the very early.
Well, that's because most people who are missing are found within a half mile of where they went missing.
Morning hours here, but of course, when we hear that update from the sheriff's office, we will report it back here.
I know she's so little, and it's so hot, Scranton. The weather is always a huge factor, right? Oh, it sounds like he's muted, and he doesn't know he's muted, and he's just talking away over there. It sounds like me half the time. Where are the dogs? That's a good question, little Miss Sharon. Oh, yeah. I think so, too. I think the leakage, I think she just doesn't know how to handle it. She turns bright red.
Sydney, just asking, sorry.
She doesn't want Seth to watch and see her.
Asking about the weather there where you are. Emily's been talking, we've been warning people about the heat index, about the humidity for much of the week. This 4-year-old little girl was last seen at 8:30, likely the last time she had anything to drink. What is the temperature, the humidity like out there where they are searching?
Hot as F.
Well, for what I can say, with it being 12 o'clock in the morning, it's hot outside. However, when the sun comes up, we know it's going to get hotter, and our Emily Acton was actually just talking about that in our 11 o'clock newscast about these dangerously high temperatures, feel-like temperatures that we are going to be experiencing as well. And of course, that is something that the sheriff's office is aware of right now, so they're trying to see what they can do in these night hours as well, where it's not necessarily cool out here, but it's not as hot as it was today, or yesterday, should I say, when the sun was out as well. So again, that just goes back to the urgency in the search right now, why you see all of these agencies behind me meeting up again. I want to give you one last look at this parking lot right now. If we can just kind of move the camera a little bit to show you all of the vehicles, marked and unmarked, that are in this parking lot right now. Like I said, it has been a constant in and out movement here of people showing up, getting together a game plan, and then moving out on the ground in the air, trying to find this 4-year-old little girl in hopes of getting her back home safely to her family. But that's the latest update that we have out here right now. This is actually the calmest I've seen this parking lot all night long. Not seeing as much people going in and out right now. They've got most of their crews out, like I said, on the ground and in the air searching right now, primarily in this area that we're in right now, off of Pipeline Road, off in the area where she was first reported missing on Hillsborough Street. But again, we're going to be out here with deputies throughout the night, bringing you the latest in this very active search.
Sydney, we know you will. We appreciate your coverage there. Just ask your photographer if he can leave the camera shot up, give you a break. Certainly a chance to go and gather more information. That's Sydney Hood reporting live from Aiken County, South Carolina tonight, where the search continues there.
Wow, that is so sad. Thank you, The Real Me Too, for letting us know about that. That is just so devastating. Aw. Gosh. I feel so bad for that little girl. Heat index, Mamo said 106 in Ohio. Oh my gosh, the feels like temp. Heat index 110 here this week. My gosh, crazy buck. Oh my gosh. I know, and Florida's always like that. Although we got a big rainstorm today, and that tends to cool things down. But still, you know, again, that her not having anything to drink or anything with a little 4-year-old girl, I hope she didn't wander out or something like that and somebody grabbed her up. With all these weird ass people in the world, you know, it's not like they're going to do the right thing and call the police and say, hey, this little girl wandered and, you know, was wandering around outside with nobody supervising her. How sad. My goodness. Yeah. I'm going to have to look more into that, but I'll try to find a missing flyer so I can share it, or I'll share the news story too when I get off here. But I better hop off of here, guys, because I've been on here for a while tonight, but I did want to get through that interview too, and just, you know, again, show that Betty has some awesome interview skills. Among other things, she does a great job of awareness, and you know, I think that they did a great job as always, and I so appreciate Betty for putting together the gathering. Everybody that was there, you guys all know, just, you know, as I said, I think it's something to definitely be proud of, and it's something that needs a repeat. You know, we need to keep on them, you know, and it's important because Sebastian needs us to do that, right? The kids that don't get coverage are the ones that don't have anyone who's out there pushing for it, you know. So but yeah, guys, well, I love you guys all so very much, and thank you so much for being here today, and, you know, for all your love and support, and you know, keep fighting the good fight, and I will see you guys all tomorrow night for Night Court. All right, guys, love you lots. Have a great rest of your day.